Chapter 41. The Desert Nation Colony. The Colosseum, which serves as both the heart and landmark of the nation, shares the same name as the capital. The Colosseum is always filled with the public's cheers and madness, as it is constantly stained with the blood shed by gladiators. Even when a gladiator gets stabbed or loses their life, everything that happens in this Colosseum is merely entertainment for the masses. But now the Colosseum was silent. It wasn't that the public wasn't present. The Colosseum was packed with so many people that even the stairways, where people were supposed to move, were crammed with bodies. Could it be that the match hadn't started yet? No, that wasn't the case. Already, hundreds of gladiators of various ranks were standing in the spotlight. There was only one odd thing. While hundreds of gladiators gathered on the right side of the arena, on the left side, only one man stood. A fight that appeared imbalanced to anyone watching. Yet the man standing alone on the Colosseum grounds had no complaints. Instead, a thin smile played on his lips. The iron gauntlets on the man's hands gleamed. As soon as the referee's voice, amplified through magic, echoed, the hundreds of gladiators began rushing toward the man. Some with swords, some with fists, and others with axes. Gladiators of all sorts, ranging from A rank to B rank, all charged in, aiming for one man's neck. However, despite the ferocious glints in their eyes, the man's face still carried a deep smile, while the gladiators rushing at him bore intense tension in their eyes. Because everyone here knew who the man standing before them was. One of the Baba Yagas of this colony. The man who had held the position of Baba Yaga for the longest time. Kalman Arentz. As Kalman grinned, he shifted into position. His left foot slid behind his right, and his right hand followed suit, pulling back. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly. And just before the gladiators reached him, Kalman threw a punch. A punch aimed at the empty air. A punch aimed at no one, yet capable of striking anyone. Boom! As the shockwave erupted, the hundreds of gladiators rushing toward him were blown away in all directions in an instant, and with Kalman's body vanishing. Crash! A ruthless massacre began. Each time Kalman's obsidian gauntlet extended, the bodies of the gladiators trying to recover were shattered. For 5 minutes, the Colosseum was filled with silence, leaving only the fallen gladiators and Kalman. After a brief moment of silence, Wooaya! The Colosseum exploded with a frenzy of cheers, as if the previous quiet had been a lie. The crowd, crazed and wild, paid no attention to the gladiators whose heads had been crushed or whose hearts had been destroyed by Kalman. They only screamed and cheered madly for Kalman. As Kalman slowly scanned the crowd, still with a deep smile, he turned and walked back into the Colosseum. The luxurious waiting room reserved for the Baba Yagas. Listening to the never-ending cheers of the crowd, Kalman remarked, "There are still so many foolish people, thinking they could defeat a Baba Yaga with mere numbers, hundreds of them." Turning at the sound of a voice from behind, Kalman found another man grinning. The man was Malian, also known as a Baba Yaga, his bald head twisted grotesquely on one side. As Kalman sat on a luxurious chair, Malian continued, "Do you know who wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits?" "No, did you find out?" Malian immediately responded to Kalman's question. "It was Xiaoring." "Is that so?" After a brief silence, Kalman finally spoke. But there was no particular anger in his voice. Only a faint acceptance, as if saying, "So that's how it was." "Doesn't seem like you're very upset," Malian asked, slightly puzzled. Kalman leisurely leaned back in his chair. "Not really. In the first place, I kept him around just because he brought in some pocket money. Besides, we're going to kill him anyway, right?" Kalman responded with a sly smile. "True, that's the plan." "So what's the plan?" As Kalman asked, Malian flashed a quick grin and extended his left hand before Kalman. In his hand was a black cube. "Oh ho, is this the abyssal core, the one that can elevate the worthy?" Malian nodded as Kalman twisted his mouth into a smile. "Yes, with this, I can crush that arrogant beastkin's head." "That's music to my ears." Kalman lifted the cube from Malian's hand. Gazing at the abyssal object which seemed to absorb all light, he muttered with satisfaction. "Finally, I can kill the bastard that's been tearing through Colony as if it were her own playground." "I agree. Just a few days ago I suffered because of her as well, and—" Malian sighed deeply, revealing a bit of his frustration as he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Kalman spoke again. "So, when will the plan be executed?" "In 2 days at the ruins." "That's quick." "Isn't quick better? Once that girl's dead, you can start eating away at the royal authority again. And you can take over the entire underworld, right?" "Exactly." Malian smiled as they reaffirmed their shared goals. "There's no way we'll fail. Because of the abyssal core." "That too, but we also have some friends on the other side." With those words, Malian continued. "Oh, and if you see that noble next to Xiaoreng, it would be great if you could take care of him as well." "Why?" "Just a small request. I hear he's Xiaoreng's master. Wouldn't it be fun to kill him first, right in front of Xiaoreng?" That does sound like it could be fun." With Kalman's smiling response, Malian disappeared, leaving behind a promise to meet again in 2 days. Finally, Kalman sat in his throne, more greed-driven than any other, a deep smile on his lips. About 2 days later, Alan, fully rested after staying at the guild, boarded a carriage with Xiaoreng, heading to the ruins. After some time had passed, they were almost at their destination. Looking out at Xiaoreng, who was chatting casually with the golden-maned beastkin guarding the carriage, Alan thought to himself, "She's nothing like the rumors suggest." It had been only about 4 days since Alan arrived at the colony, but he had already grasped Xiaoreng's reputation within it. "A mad dog." Alan made a peculiar expression. The rumors often portrayed Xiaoreng as a mad dog, and naturally he grew curious. After all, since their initial meeting, Xiaoreng had never shown any such behavior in front of him. For the past 3 days, all he saw was Xiaoreng smiling brightly and wagging her tail. "Master." Alan snapped out of his thoughts as Xiaoreng, who had stopped talking to the beastkin, was now staring at him. "You seem deep in thought, Master. What's on your mind?" "Nothing much." As Xiaoreng tilted her head to the side, almost enough to twist her neck, Alan hesitated for a moment before answering. "I just thought you're good at looking after the guild members." "Of course, they're all my family." "Family?" "Yeah, they're all my kin. I have to take care of them. I don't care about anyone else." "Is that so?" "Oh, but not you, Master," Xiaoreng said, her expression suddenly becoming serious as she stared intently at him. As if she was considering something important, her brow furrowed as she murmured, "Master, family after family, no after Yusha." "Is that so?" "Yeah, no matter how important you or Yusha are, you're not blood-related." As if she had made a difficult decision, Xiaoreng concluded with a slightly apologetic expression. But Alan simply shrugged and thought to himself, "Higher than I expected." Despite his expressionless face, Alan was pleased. Considering that he had barely spoken to Xiaoreng, let alone exchanged letters, the fact that he was being treated as the third most important person in her life was quite satisfying. Does that mean if something dangerous happens later, I could probably ask for help once?" As Alan finished his thoughts with a bit of relief, the coachman suddenly called out, "We've arrived." The carriage had reached the city of Kahara, the ancient city of gods. At the entrance to the ruins now called by that name, the city was once known as Kahara, the city of the old gods, at least according to his knowledge as a player. Alan stepped out of the carriage and began walking deeper into the dark cave, organizing his thoughts. Where should I start looking? In Psychedelia, Alan had visited this place multiple times. However, those visits were only for side quests to deal with the bandits hiding here, not to uncover any hidden secrets. I do remember there being a place with lots of writings. Using his in-game knowledge, he decided to focus on certain areas that stood out in his memory after entering Kahara. He was pinpointing a few spots to explore in more detail. After walking for some time, when Xiaoreng's expression started showing signs of boredom, Alan noticed a group walking ahead, much further in front than his party. Before long, he recognized who they were. Count Palacio. Lian. The woman approaching from the darkness, illuminating the way with light magic, was none other than Lian Aguilera's, daughter of the Red Tower's master, along with a group of Red Tower wizards whom Alan had encountered during his recent visit to the desert city of Colony. Alan, noticing that the confused looks of the 20 or so wizards had shifted to slightly surprised expressions, felt a bit taken aback himself. "Are you here to explore the ruins too, Count?" Lian asked. Indeed, Alan nodded in response to her question, and naturally he began walking alongside the Red Tower wizards as they continued exploring the ruins. After walking for some more time, Alan heard Evan, who was also starting to look bored like Xiaoreng, say, "There's the exit." Alan followed Evan's gaze toward the exit and, finally stepping outside, was greeted by an incredible sight. "Wow!" The wizards, Beastkin, and even Xiaoreng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The sight before them, after stepping outside, was that of a massive fortress within an underground cavern. However, Alan wasn't particularly surprised by the scene. He had already seen this enormous fortress several times before. But even so, his usually expressionless eyes widened slightly more than usual because, in his ear, he heard something that no one else could. "You've finally come, magician." A voice that only he could hear. Chapter 42. Right after arriving in Kahara, the city of the old gods, the wizard of the Red Tower, Lian, Xiaoreng, and the Golden Mane tribe decided to wait near the entrance, where they had the best view of the city. Of course, Xiaoreng and Evan tried to follow Alan, but Alan left them at the entrance and went down into the city alone. There was only one reason for that. Since you can hear the voice, you've at least shown a minimum level of respect. Come alone to the central tower of Kahara. This was because, as soon as Alan entered Kahara, he heard a voice whispering such words to him. Naturally, he had no idea whose voice it was that whispered into his ear. Though he had been to this city more than dozens of times, never before had a voice like this echoed in his mind. However, instinctively, he realized that it had something to do with the words left behind by a mysterious being. Without hesitation, he moved forward and finally arrived at the center of Kahara. It was less of a forgotten city and more fitting to describe it as a fortress, given how tall the tower was, especially for an underground structure. Staring at the tower blankly, Alan soon walked inside. Upon entering, what greeted him was a spiral staircase leading upward. Without a word, Alan began to climb the stairs. Flare. As he ascended the staircase, the lights began to ignite one by one, as if to illuminate his path. Though it was a situation he had never seen in the game, which made him hesitate momentarily, that was all. Following the lights, Alan continued his steps, and eventually, when he reached the top of the long staircase, he found a massive room. Rat-a-tat-tat tilde. Along with the activation of a magic circle, he saw the previously empty room fill with enormous bookshelves. The bookshelves rose from the ground and soon covered the entire tower. At that moment, except for the sky and ground, there was no clear distinction between front and back. You've arrived. In fact, not all members of the Golden Mane tribe had an unusual affection for other bloodlines. Of course, compared to other beast folk, the Golden Manes had a relatively high species-wide affinity for each other. Though it meant little now, the Golden Mane tribe had once stood at the top of the beast folk hierarchy 500 years ago. But even so, their affection wasn't deeper than what they had for their own families. They merely had a slightly higher affinity for one another than for other species, and that was it. In the end, they were still strangers to each other. Nevertheless, the reason why Xiaoreng was so obsessed with her kin and cherished the Golden Mane tribe so deeply was because of her past. Her happiness lay in the past. She had enjoyed the days spent living with her kin, found fulfillment in helping her father wrap up the day, and was happy to sit at the table in the evening, eating meals with her family. The life she led in a community where only the Golden Mane tribe lived, where everyone was bound under the concept of kin, still remained a source of happiness for Xiaoreng. That's why Xiaoreng sought revenge against the Black Dragon, who shattered that happiness and aimed to gather her kin to reclaim it. Her respect for the Great Moon also stemmed from that. She believed that the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, which Alan had given her, could bring her both revenge and happiness once again. And for her, crunch, hug, the death of one of the Golden Mane tribe was enough to drive her reason into a raging fury. Right before her eyes, the body of her kin, who had been speaking just moments ago, crumbled so pitifully. And at the same time, what appeared before her was, HMPH tilde is this all? It was none other than Malian. Nothing much. Malian of Baba Yaga. With his hideous face twisted in grotesque pleasure, he threw aside the corpse of the Golden Mane tribe. At the same time, dozens of black-robed figures appeared behind him. What the? Prepare for battle. At his command, the wizards of the Red Tower and the mercenaries he had hired raised their staffs with tense expressions. The previously relaxed faces of the Golden Mane tribe quickly turned to those of panic and fear. And then, what do you think you're doing? Malian, staring directly at Xiaoreng, who was making an unmistakably menacing expression, twisted his lips into a sneer and spoke. Are beast folk truly this dumb? You're asking me that question in this situation. His voice was full of mockery, clear to anyone who heard it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoreng narrowed her eyes, realizing there was no longer any need for words. Crackle! Electricity erupted from her body, scattering in all directions, and her gleaming golden eyes locked onto Malian as her target. One! In that instant, Xiaoreng twisted her body, narrowly evading an attack brought on by an unsettling, instinctive feeling. Boom tilde. The ground exploded with a deafening sound, as if a massive meteor had crashed into it, leaving a gaping crater. Wow, you dodged that. You're not just any ordinary opponent, huh? Soon, a man who had completely demolished the entrance, Kalman Arentz, casually walked out of the dust with a deep grin. Seeing Kalman stand next to Malian as if they had planned it, Xiaoreng let out a bitter laugh. The events that had just transpired allowed her to grasp the situation. Xiaoreng clenched her fist tightly. Crackle! Electricity sparked to life in response to her will. Her stance made it clear that no more conversation was necessary. Wait, what is the meaning of this? We are wizards of the Red Tower, and you all are from Baba Yaga, aren't you? Unlike Xiaoreng, one of the wizards of the Red Tower desperately shouted in an attempt to escape the situation. As Malian turned his gaze toward them, the wizard added, Red Tower wizards, huh? I suppose it could cause some trouble if we mess with you. His words hung in the air. That's right, if any harm comes to us now. But the wizard tried to continue, but Malian immediately interrupted, not allowing him even a moment's respite. That would only be a problem if any of you made it out alive, wouldn't it? With a twisted smile, Malian's words made the wizard's face go completely rigid. The wizard wasn't foolish enough to misunderstand his meaning. And so, Tusk, if only you hadn't made such a fuss, none of this would have been necessary. Why did you have to make things difficult for everyone? Now that I think about it, where's that noble we're supposed to take care of? He should have been with you, right? Well, we can deal with that after we kill this one first. Kalman casually responded to Malian's words and said, Now let's see. Black, sinister energy swirled around him, terrifying to anyone who saw it. Shall we run a little experiment? Boom! With that, the battle began, as Kalman hurled his fist toward Sialrang. Alan, realizing that the voice that had echoed in his mind was now coming from directly in front of him, lifted his head. There, sitting at a desk, was a figure. It was impossible to define its appearance. To be exact, it seemed as though something was constantly disrupting any attempt to describe its form. It looked human, beast-like and monstrous all at once. As Alan stared blankly at the figure, whose shadow seemed to shift infinitely, it spoke. Do not stare too long. You won't be able to perceive my existence no matter how hard you try. With those words, Alan snapped out of his daze, remained silent for a moment, then asked, Who are you? If you cannot even comprehend my form, what makes you think you can comprehend my name? Did you know I was coming? How could I? Do you have any idea how long I've been trapped here? Yet you spoke as if you did know. Not at all, perhaps you were mistaken. Alan suddenly felt the urge to flick the head of the formless figure sitting before him, but he held back and spoke instead. I came here following the words of Ulthultus, or rather, of the mysterious entity. I had a hunch that might be the case. The figure responded in a slightly intrigued tone and continued. Did that being tell you its true name? Well, it seems reasonable enough to think you're worth testing. Alan fell silent for a moment as he watched the figure nod as if this conclusion was quite logical, then spoke again. Testing what exactly? Testing your chance. I mean an opportunity for you. An opportunity. As Alan muttered to himself, the figure elaborated. You seem to have many questions. Unfortunately, I cannot provide you with any answers right now. You lack the qualifications. And what is that supposed to mean? Curious about a setting he had never encountered in the game, Alan asked further. To clarify in advance, it's not my judgment you should be concerned with. Rather, it's this world's standards that determine your worth. After saying this, the figure seemed to ponder something for a moment before continuing. You probably don't understand and have many questions, so I'll explain it simply. It soon spoke again. Before long, another outsider will descend into this world. Deal with that being and return to me. And if I do, then you will have met the minimum requirements, the requirements to see me properly and have your questions answered. So you're saying I can't learn anything right now? Well, I can at least give you one hint. The figure, whose form was still too ambiguous to define, looked directly at Alan and smiled. Once you leave the tower, go and read the text at the easternmost end of this fortress. That should give you a general idea of the situation. The text at the eastern end, Alan murmured, and the figure dragged out its response before speaking again. Good, I've made my decision. In fact, my explanation ends here, but since you've come all this way, I'll share something interesting with you. Without giving Alan a chance to ask, the figure continued. In this world, beyond the use of incantations, there is a concept known as Sully, Chinese letter, the natural order. Have you heard of it? Sully. Yes, and beyond that is self-manifestation. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. But that's still far beyond your reach. After murmuring to itself for a moment, the figure resumed explaining to Alan. Sully is the foundation for what those in this world call magic, though the fools who wield it barely understand its basics. I can see that you're better than they are, but you're still using it incorrectly. The figure continued speaking, as if it found the current situation amusing. The magic manifested through incantations follows the natural order. It's not something you can just throw together haphazardly. Only by following the natural order, carefully constructing the incantation, and invoking the proper name can true magic be performed. The figure raised a finger and added, "But even with this explanation, I doubt you'll understand. So, as a gift, I'll teach you the Sully, the natural order." It concluded by saying, "This is what true magic is." Chapter 43. The grotesque beast Malian fully recognized Xiaoreng's strength. The presence she had shown in the colony until now was even more intense than that of Kalman Arentz, who had been active as a Baba Yaga for an extended period. However, despite this, neither Malian nor Kalman thought they would lose to Xiaoreng in this fight. Both Kalman Arentz and the grotesque beast Malian were also Baba Yagas like Xiaoreng, and most importantly, they had absorbed the abyssal essence. Abyssal essence. Malian didn't know exactly how the abyssal essence granted power. All he knew was that once someone of a certain rank used the abyssal essence, they were endowed with power in some way. But for Malian, that knowledge was sufficient. Even at that very moment as they fought Xiaoreng, both of them could feel that just by using the abyssal essence, they had become nearly twice as strong as they originally were. Crash! As Malian's fist struck the spot where Xiaoreng had stood, the chamber shook as if an earthquake had hit. Crack! With just a stomp from Kalman, the ground collapsed. And that wasn't all. Roar! Malian displayed her unbelievable power by tearing off the roof of the Forgotten City's castle and throwing it at Xiaoreng. The overwhelming strength, clearly beyond human limits, filled the mercenaries, magicians, and beastmen fighting against the assassins with despair. But despite this incredible display of power, the expressions on Malian and Kalman's faces were worsening as time passed. The reason was none other than Xiaoreng, who was still fighting against them. The golden-eyed Xiaoreng, who had vanished in a flash of lightning, suddenly appeared in front of Malian and struck him in the waist. After fending off Kalman Arentz's attack from behind, Xiaoreng landed a punch on him. Boom! Malian and Kalman were sent crashing into the wall of the large chamber, shattering it. How is this even possible? Malian scowled at Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng's body was indeed covered in wounds. Her shining hair was stained with blood, and her eerie body was marked with countless injuries. Yet despite all this, she was dominating. Even though they had absorbed the abyssal essence and become twice as powerful, the two Baba Yagas couldn't force her to retreat even an inch. "You monster!" Malian grimaced as she transformed her grotesque right hand into the shape of a sword. She's not even emitting black magic, so she hasn't absorbed the abyssal essence either. Despite not consuming the abyssal essence, her strength was overwhelming enough to dominate two Baba Yagas who had. It was clear defeating her with brute force was impossible. With his once confident expression now gone, Malian looked gravely at Kalman. Click! As if confirming a prearranged signal, Kalman clicked his tongue, then leaped forward toward the beastmen, not Xiaoreng. The moment Xiaoreng realized that Kalman was rushing toward Ralga, the member of her tribe who was leading the fight against the assassins, she immediately moved. Crack! She blocked Kalman's punch. Boom! The terrifying shockwave from just the clash of their fists made Xiaoring grimace momentarily. But then she sensed something strange. Despite having a serious expression moments ago, Kalman now wore a clear, unmistakable smile on his lips. At that very moment, stab, hug, Xiaoring felt a searing pain in her back. She turned to look, and there stood Ralga. Finally, with a twisted grin on his face, Ralga had stabbed Xiaoring in the back with a blade. Xiaoring's eyes filled with confusion for a moment. Ugh! Blood flowed from her mouth. Crash! Xiaoring was sent flying by Kalman's kick, rolling on the ground. She couldn't make sense of the situation. Her eyes were full of questions, confusion, and even more questions. Her bewildered gaze fell on Ralga. He was smiling wickedly. Xiaoring couldn't understand it at all. Why? A question escaped her lips. As Xiaoring tumbled across the ground from Ralga's betrayal, despair clouded the faces of the mages, mercenaries, and beastmen, while a sneer appeared on Kalman's lips. Relief filled the eyes of the assassins, and Malian's face showed a hint of triumph. All this information entered Xiaorang's field of view, but she was solely focused on Ralga. Why? Xiaoring muttered, puzzled once more. And then Ralga, who had been sneering all this time, stepped forward towards Xiaoring. Xiaoring tried to move her body, but soon realized that she couldn't. The poison from Kamanasis is on the blade, so you won't be able to move for at least an hour. It's best not to struggle, Ralga said, looking down at Xiaoring's shocked expression as he approached her. Unlike his usual composed demeanor, Ralga twisted his lips into a sneer as he crouched in front of her. Ah, what was it again? Did you ask why? He mocked as he pulled off the gauntlet from Xiaoring's hand. I wanted this. What? Didn't you hear? I said I wanted this, Ralga repeated, shaking the essence of the Golden Mane tribe in front of her as if to mock her, smiling slyly. Xiaoring blinked slowly. You betrayed me for that, she asked. She still didn't feel anger. Ralga, wearing an expression of confusion for a brief moment, soon let out a mocking laugh. For this, Xiaoring, do you really think the guild you created is still standing because of some noble reason? Do you think the clan stuck around for your little family act? No, no. Tab. It's because of this. The clan stayed in the guild because of the power they could gain from you, he sneered, tapping her face with the gauntlet. Xiaoring's expression slowly darkened as she furrowed her brow. Why would you think otherwise? Deep down, Xiaoring knew that Ralga wasn't entirely wrong. She had always been aware that the reason she was able to gather the Golden Mane tribe so quickly in the colony was because she possessed the essence gifted by the Great Moon. But even so, Xiaoring hadn't believed that the clans had stuck with the guild solely for the essence this far into the journey. Even if they had gathered for power at first, Xiaoring felt that the time they had spent together over the past 2 years since forming the guild was genuine, and she believed that she had been faithfully rebuilding her former family. No, she trusted in that belief. That can't be. Xiaoring clenched her teeth, but Ralga didn't erase his mocking grin as he stared at her. Then he let out a small chuckle and snapped his fingers. Snap! And then, as if they had been waiting for the signal, the other members of the Golden Mane tribe started gathering behind Ralga, one by one. Xiaoring looked at them in disbelief. The clan member she had greeted just 2 days ago. The one who had spoken with her earlier on their way to this place. No one was an exception. All stood behind Ralga and Xiaoring. Noticing that they bore no wounds unlike the mercenaries, realized the truth. For the first time, she let out a bitter laugh. Not the warm smile she had always shown to the clans, but a cruel, cold smile. Now that's the expression of someone waking up from a dream. I'm satisfied, Ralga laughed, satisfied, as he patted Xiaoring's head in mockery. To be honest, every time you acted like you were something special, it disgusted me. Using power you didn't deserve just because you got lucky, it was really hard to watch. How does it feel to wake up from that dream? Are the others also traitors? Xiaoring answered his question with a question. Ralga, seeing the betrayal and hatred hidden behind her bitter smile, found it amusing, twisting his lips to respond. But before he could speak, "That's enough. Let's wrap this up," Malian interrupted, stepping forward before Ralga could open his mouth. He transformed his arm into the shape of a sword and raised it, preparing to strike Xiaoring down. "It'll be a pain if she moves, so let's finish her off now." Just as Malian was about to execute Xiaoring with his sword, swoosh! A small question appeared on Xiaoring's face, which had been filled with resignation just moments ago. And not just Xiaoring. Ralga, who had been sneering, also looked puzzled. The mages and even Lian, who had been in despair, wore the same expression. Even Kalman, who had been smirking just a moment ago, now looked perplexed. The reason for this was, it was because a large hole had appeared in Malian's head, who had been basking in triumph just moments before. Thud! Malian's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as everyone began to question the absurd death of one of the colony's Baba-Yagas. Lian, who had been staring blankly at the scene, suddenly realized that her breath had turned into visible white vapor. At that moment, everyone present saw it. In the distance, from the forgotten city of the god Kahara, a man silently emerged. Crunchy. With each step he took, frost spread, freezing the ground beneath him, and a grayish-white magic from the bracelet on his left wrist enveloped his body like a thin ice barrier. Step, step. The man's stride was unwavering. Even though there was a Baba-Yaga and dozens of enemies before him, his expression remained utterly indifferent. Without any emotion or reaction, he walked forward, and everyone began to tense up at his appearance. Ralga, who had been mocking Xiaoring moments ago, Kalman, who had been smiling confidently, and all the enemies present grew nervous as they watched the man with a blank expression. Because they had all witnessed it. They had seen Malian, a Baba-Yaga, have his head pierced in an instant. As the man slowly approached, Ralga instinctively stepped back. And it wasn't just him. Every being identified as the man's enemy naturally retreated. Just standing there, his presence choked them, and they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear. Even Kalman, the strongest among them, felt it. What is that? His body recoiled as he stared at the man, who appeared with eyes so black and blue that he instinctively knew comprehending them would break his mind. Master! Finally, the man, Alan, approached Xiaoring, who still had a sword lodged in her back, and stared at her intently. Ice crystal. He spoke a phrase, one different from anything he had said before. Chapter 44. Ice crystal. As he confirmed the massive ice wall forming in front of him, Alan let out a deep sigh behind his expressionless face. What on earth is going on here? He was extremely confused by the situation. From Alan's perspective, it was understandable. While he was listening to a conversation at the tower in the center of the city, the whole area suddenly shook as if it were about to collapse, forcing him to rush out. And when he did, this scene unfolded before him. What's more, the situation went far beyond Alan's understanding. Those two, it looks like they used abyssal entities. Alan recalled the thick, dark energy flowing from the bodies of Malian and Kalman, who had just tried to kill Xiaoring. How? To his knowledge, abyssal entities weren't supposed to appear at this point. In the original storyline, these items only started to spread across the world after 2 of the 5 great sins showed up. The effect of these items was simple. Even if the one who absorbed the abyssal entity was weak, they would still gain divine power. Although its mechanism wasn't explained even in psychedelia, there were many speculations that abyssal entities were introduced in the game purely to balance the difficulty level. The enemies who used abyssal entities always became overwhelmingly stronger than before. So, while Alan was curious why Malian and Kalman had abyssal entities, he soon dismissed the thought. What mattered most now was not that, but how to overcome the current situation. Alan assessed the situation with cold precision. Remaining magic uses, 0. He had already used 3 spells to create the frigid wasteland, one to shoot and kill Malian when he tried to harm Sialrang earlier, and one to shield himself from a possible attack. He could no longer use magic. That is, ordinarily. Gulp. Without hesitation, Alan uncorked a bottle hanging from his waist and drank it. It was a top-grade mana potion given to him by Peenia, the Vice-Tower Master of the Blue Tower. With this, I can stall for time with 2 more spells, but the barrier will disappear in 20 seconds. After finishing the potion, Alan quickly turned his gaze toward the fallen Sialrang. Having secretly prepared magic for a considerable amount of time to avoid detection, he had already grasped the rough sequence of events. Sialrang's eyes, when he glanced down at her, were filled with emptiness, despair, and intense rage. Dark energy poured out from her entire body. Seeing her like that, Alan immediately took out another potion from his waist. It was the highest grade potion he had received half a year ago when many gifts had come pouring in for him. Drink this. Alan crouched down, pushed the potion into Sialrang's mouth, and whispered to her. The only ones who betrayed you are those guys, so don't worry. Is that really true? Yes. He answered clearly, though in truth, Alan also didn't know how many of the Golden Mane tribe had sided with Ralga. Even if Sialrang wasn't one to think deeply about such matters, it wouldn't take much reflection to realize that there wasn't much credibility in what Alan was saying. Still, the reason he lied was because, at this moment, he desperately needed her help. There's only one chance, and Sialrang has to block their attacks until I can prepare my spell. Alan's magic took a long time to cast. He knew all too well how foolish it would be to expect the enemies to wait during that time. That's why Alan had lied, to get Sialrang, who was drowning in despair, to act immediately. Can you hold them off until I finish my spell? Alan had fed Sialrang the entire high-grade potion. Despite staggering slightly, she firmly stood up and nodded. Yes. Even though the poison wasn't fully diluted yet, there was no other choice. Alan decided to trust Sialrang and began preparing his spell. Once the spell was ready, dealing with Kalman wouldn't be a difficult task. Even though Kalman had absorbed the abyssal entity and become stronger, ironically, Alan would become even stronger because Kalman had done so. He had placed a restriction, a power that could twist the world when facing gods. Who? With a light sigh, Alan formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, the cold ice wall that had been scattering frost disappeared as if it had never been there. Ice snow. As he uttered the next incantation, frost swirled wildly around him, and assassins and members of the Golden Mane tribe charged forward as if they had been waiting for this moment. There were dozens of them. But, shape. Despite her staggering, Sialrang began fending off the enemies charging at her, and as Alan watched her, he uttered his next phrase. He then closed his eyes and recalled the words spoken by that formless entity earlier. You may have lost the great legacy of the past, but those who understand magic know that its essence lies in the fact that a magus is someone who implements the laws of this world. The array of magic, the incantations, and even the names, all of them exist to implement those laws. Only when everything is arranged properly in accordance with those principles can it be called magic. Fame of the Snowy Mountain. As Alon spoke, a round sphere formed between his middle and ring fingers and froze. But it didn't just freeze. Each individual point of the magical array he had prepared bloomed like snowflakes, with each hexagonal plate as the starting point for a unique flower. It seems you only know a few phrases, but you also need to use sentences. Phrases can twist the laws, but sentences are the keys to opening certain doors that approach the laws of this world. Well, it's not like today's magicians have completely lost the names. They've just been overly simplified and unified, losing the original words in the process. Nowadays, they probably call it something silly like ice spear. Blind man's inevitability. The blooming flowers fully opened. The sphere at Alon's fingertips was no longer a simple orb but a massive crystalline snowflake. Crack! At the center of that snowflake, a beautifully shaped spear formed in front of him. And then, but originally, that magic wasn't called something as foolish as ice spear. Ice crystal halberd. That's the true name of what those foolish magicians forgot. After quietly speaking, Alon opened his eyes. He could see Kalman with his dark gauntlets staring at him with a frustrated expression, and Xiaoring desperately holding him off. Seeing them, Alon tightly clenched the seal he had been forming and finished the spell. In the blazing hot chamber, a snowy field arrived. Lian watched Alon's magic unfold. The mind that usually ran countless simulations to analyze whatever magic was used had now come to a halt. She could only stare blankly. Everything in the path of the spear Alon had cast had frozen, whether it was the ground, the air, or Kalman, whose heart was pierced by the spear of ice. Everything had frozen. The abnormal, yet breathtakingly beautiful scene left Lian and the other magicians unable to take their eyes off it. This is unbelievable. Is that a magician? The mercenaries, who had been filled with despair just moments before, all muttered in awe as they looked at Alon. Their eyes were filled with boundless reverence and awe. It was only natural. The desperate situation had changed dramatically because of the being standing right in front of them. At that moment, even Xiaoring, who had narrowly escaped the range of the spell, was looking at Alon. Suddenly it moved. The first to notice that the being, more precisely, Ralga, whom they thought had been struck down by Xiaoring, was moving again, was ironically a mercenary who had been watching the scene. Die! Ralga, whose right arm was shattered, raised the poisoned dagger that had previously put Xiaoring in danger and charged at her. He was still empowered by the ability Xiaoring had granted him, as the authority of the Golden Mane tribe had not been revoked. Moving at lightning speed, he appeared close to Xiaoring just as she let her guard down. Xiaoring, thinking it was all over, tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Her body was already covered in wounds from fending off Kalman and the attacking rogues. The poison still lingered in her, leaving her no choice but to watch as Ralga's dagger aimed for her heart. Ralga's face lit up with joy as he thought, if I can just kill her, I can take control of the essence and escape. I can start over again. With that thought, he tightened his grip on the dagger, but Ralga's dagger didn't pierce Xiaoring's heart. What? The reason was that, like the mercenary, Alon had instinctively seen Ralga's charge and pulled Xiaoring's body backward just in time. However, because of this, Alon's body naturally slid forward and collided with Ralga's sweeping dagger. Gah! Blood spewed from his mouth. It was thick, blackened blood, a clear sign of deadly injury. And just as Ralga, stunned by his failure, stood there, Xiaoring, filled with rage, smashed his head with her foot. Count! Evan's voice rang out. In conclusion, Alon wasn't actually hurt at all. Of course, a sword had pierced his side, but surprisingly, it hadn't caused any real damage. That was because Ralga's dagger had indeed struck Alan's body, but just barely. It only tore his clothes. In other words, Alan wasn't injured. So why had he coughed up blood? That was purely due to mana exhaustion. Although he had enough mana to cast one more spell, the spell consumed so much mana that it drained him beyond exhaustion, causing internal damage. The power exceeded my expectations, but I'll need something to supplement the missing mana, he thought, as he pressed a hand to his uncomfortable stomach, watching the receding ruins. He hadn't seen the Eastern Tablet, but since the ambush had occurred, they had decided to leave the ruins for the day. After watching the ruins fade into the distance for a while, Alan turned his head towards Xiaoreng, who was staring intently at him. If things had gone according to his original plan, he would have been comforting her right now. After all, knowing that she would one day become one of the 5 great sins, he couldn't let her harbor any ill will. However, to his surprise, Xiaoreng's eyes showed no signs of negative emotions like anger or hatred, which left him curious. "Master." "Yes. Can I ask you something?" "What is it?" Xiaoreng asked her question. "When Kalman attacked earlier, why didn't you dodge?" "Yes." When Kalman attacked, Alan thought for a moment, then recalled Kalman's gauntlets that had come so close when he used the ice crystal halberd. "It's not that I didn't dodge, I couldn't." Though that was the truth, Alan didn't think it was the best answer, so instead he replied, "Because I trusted you." "You trusted me?" "Yes, you said it was possible, didn't you?" "To be honest, it was more like I was begging you, please let it work." As Alan gave his carefully packaged answer, Xiaoreng's eyes sparkled slightly, and she asked again, "Then, why did you save me when Ralga tried to kill me?" "Why?" Alan couldn't find a suitable reason. "Wouldn't it have been strange not to save a long-time ally from dying right in front of me? Besides, I didn't expect the dagger to reach me." Just like with the previous question, Alan hesitated, but this time he decided to speak honestly. "Do I need a reason?" "There's no reason. You don't need a reason to save family." To him, Xiaoreng had already been like a daughter he had raised for over 5 years, so his answer came out naturally. But then he quickly realized his mistake. After spending some time with her, he had noticed that Xiaoreng seemed to hold a very special meaning for the concept of family. And so, as Alan subtly shifted his gaze to her, "But master, you're not family. Family is tied by blood," Xiaoreng murmured, and Alan nodded in agreement. "Still, I want to be family with you." At her next words, Alan felt a deep warmth inside. It was like the feeling one might get after finally being recognized as a father after many years of trying. Not that he had personally experienced that, but just as Alan was about to nod in satisfaction. But Xiaoreng suddenly moved and climbed on top of Alan. With her hands on his shoulders and her waist resting on his thighs, her eyes were shining brightly. Alan, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could only stare as Xiaoreng, smiling, said, "In this state, we can't become family. I'm from the Golden Mane tribe and you're a human, so." Her smile widened as she continued, "Let's get married." There. Alan's mind froze. Meanwhile, Xiaoreng's tail was wagging more happily than it ever had before. Chapter 45. 5 days later. The news that Kalman and Malian, both Baba Yagas, had targeted Xiaoreng's life spread rapidly throughout the entire colony. With the testimony of Leon Aguilera's, the daughter of the Red Tower Lord, and the mercenaries who survived the attack, the story gained widespread attention. The public was outraged at the fact that 2 Baba Yagas had cowardly teamed up to take down another Baba Yaga. As a result, They dragged down and destroyed the statues of Kalman and Malian that had been erected in the eastern part of the colony. Similarly, the guilds associated with the two Baba Yagas quickly disbanded, and within a matter of days, all traces of Malian and Kalman vanished from the colony. In their place, Sialrang took over. Despite being ambushed by Malian and Kalman, Sialrang not only survived but also dealt with them, returning to immense public support. As the testimonies of the Red Tower Lord's daughter and the mercenaries were increasingly proven true, Sialrang's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. Sialrang was even beginning to be called the first Baba Yaga by the public, overtaking Kalman, who had held the title for the longest time. Additionally, Count Palacio, who was known to have greatly contributed to helping Sialrang deal with the two Baba Yagas, was also gaining massive attention. Currently, he was in the forgotten city of Kahara once more, checking something at the far eastern edge, where he hadn't been able to visit last time. He was looking at the inscription on the eastern stone tablet. Alan, who had read all the words on the stone tablet during what could be considered either a long or short time, suddenly thought of a question. Wait a second, how am I reading this? The words written on the stone tablet were not in the common language of the continent, but despite being unfamiliar, Alan could naturally decipher them. It was as if he had been able to read them all along. With a puzzled expression, Alan decided to stop by the central tower and ask about this before heading back. As he turned around and began walking, he recalled the contents he had just read on the stone tablet. About foreign gods and gods. The Eastern Stone Tablet, recommended by someone who suggested it, might give him a rough idea of what was happening, contained stories related to foreign gods and gods. However, what stood out to him was that some parts differed slightly from the information he had obtained while playing psychedelia. Why are foreign gods and gods described in opposite ways here? In psychedelia, foreign gods and gods were clearly distinguished. Foreign gods referred to gods not originally from this continent, but rather deities born from people's beliefs or from otherworldly realms. Gods, on the other hand, were beings that had existed since the beginning when there was nothing on the continent. As far as Alan knew, the 5 great sins were called gods in psychedelia, and the monstrous deity he encountered in the north was referred to as a foreign god. But on this stone tablet the terms were reversed. What he knew as foreign gods were called gods, and the 5 great sins were referred to as foreign gods. Of course, the stone tablet didn't directly mention the 5 great sins or the foreign gods by name. Instead, the gods on the tablet were described in metaphors like those who value honor, those who seek forgotten death, or those who have delved too deeply into the mysteries of magic. However, having played psychedelia many times, Alan knew exactly who these metaphors referred to. He also knew that metaphors like the many-handed one and the one filled with greed and envy were referencing the 5 great sins. Alan thought for a moment before neatly folding that information away in his mind. Except for the fact that foreign gods were described as gods and vice versa, the information he read on the stone tablet didn't conflict with what he already knew. This was because the stories mainly told in psychedelia were about the future, not the past. I wish I could ask about this too. Alan organized the contents of the tablet in his mind as he walked toward the central tower. In conclusion, Alan could not encounter it again. This was because the door that had once been in the center of the tower when he first arrived in the city had vanished, as if it had never been there. He considered breaking through and climbing up, but didn't believe he would be able to meet it, even then, so he ultimately decided to leave. Master. As soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted energetically by none other than Sialrang. Xiaoreng, who had looked bored while waiting for him, beamed the moment Alan appeared. Alan, who now sat with her in the carriage, heard. "Let's get married." It was the 19th proposal she had made in the last 5 days, leaving Alan with a troubled expression. Facing Xiaoreng, who had placed both her hands on his knees, Alan noticed that the distance between them had grown smaller over the days. Of course, Alan hadn't moved closer. Xiaoreng had been the one to close the gap. Hello? Xiaoreng perked up her ears and tilted her head slightly. Watching her tail swaying behind her, Alan let out a soft sigh. At first it had felt heartwarming, like a cute daughter saying, "I want to marry Daddy," but now it was becoming a bit troublesome. "As I said before, I think of you as family." This was his 19th response. "But we're not really family." And it was her 19th rebuttal. "If we get married, everything will be solved." "What problem?" "We'll become real family." Alan, looking at Xiaoreng's face filled with the expression of someone thinking, "I'm a genius," couldn't help but feel like this conversation had become like a dialogue loop in a game. "Do you even know what getting married means?" Alan, deciding to press the conversation forward a bit, asked this question after they had come to the same conclusion 19 times. "Of course, I'm confident I can make Master happy." However, realizing that even if he continued this discussion, the content would just circle back, he sighed. "Xiaoreng, marriage is a serious matter. Think about it more carefully." "I am serious." "Think even more seriously." With that, he closed his mouth. At this point, he had no thoughts of marrying anyone. Additionally, even though he hadn't raised her himself, Alan still felt that Xiaoreng was more like an affectionate daughter to him. She'll stop saying things like this after a few years. Some time passed, and by the time Xiaoreng's pout from being rejected multiple times faded away, they arrived back at the colony. Alan immediately prepared to leave. He would have preferred to leave a bit later, but due to the nature of the desert crossing, it was safer to travel with the merchant group that departed at specific intervals. And so, let's meet again next time. All right, you have to answer me then. Sure. Leaving behind a promise that felt like an empty pledge, Alan departed from the colony. Xiaoreng watched Alan and the merchant group disappear into the distance, only turning back to the guild once the carriage was no longer in sight. The guild, from which Ralga and her traitorous clan members had vanished, remained unchanged. Ralga's betrayal had enraged the clan that Xiaoreng had gathered, and many of them were genuinely concerned for her, having been shocked by the betrayal. The guild, which Xiaoreng thought was slowly becoming the ideal organization she had envisioned, should have brought her satisfaction. Should have. Huh. Xiaoreng let out a soft sigh. Instead of the usual smile she always wore, her face was now expressionless. It was because she had gained a certain realization from this experience. No matter how hard she tried, she could never regain the happiness she felt when she was younger. "I don't want that." Xiaoreng's disinterested muttering quietly echoed through the empty room. It sounded normal, but in reality, her voice carried a hint of gloom. The realization that the happiness she believed she could find by creating a family was merely an illusion left her with a sense of loss. She had genuinely believed that if she gathered her clan and returned to how things were before, she could once again feel happiness. But even in the midst of that sense of loss, a smile began to creep across her face, and it was all because of one person. Alan. In that moment, Xiaoreng recalled how, during Kalman's attack, Alan had trusted her completely and stood still, preparing his magic without taking a single step. She also remembered how, when Ralga launched her surprise attack, Alan had thrown himself without hesitation to save her. He had shown her the image of an ideal family, not through words, but through his actions, like a great moon guiding her. Xiaoring's tail swayed happily. In just the week she had spent with the great moon, she had glimpsed the path to the happiness she had not found in the clan she had gathered over 2 years. The path toward the happiness she sought. Of course, he wasn't family yet, but that didn't matter. If he wasn't family yet, then all she had to do was make him family. I want to get married, Tilda. Xiaoring murmured the words she had already said many times before, a cheerful smile on her face. Her heart pounded with excitement at the thought of the happiness she would reclaim once the great moon became her family. But unfortunately, Xiaoring also knew that this couldn't happen immediately. For now, she still had the task of forming a personal guard to protect the great moon and serve him. In fact, Xiaoring hadn't initially given much thought to that task. She had assumed that as long as she gathered enough of her clan, the task given to her by the great moon would be taken care of on its own. But now things were different. To her, the great moon was no longer just a master. He had become someone indispensable. So she had to create it. Xiaoring resolved. No matter the situation, a personal guard that can protect him from any danger. Her golden eyes shone brightly with determination. The night of Alon's departure from the colony. By the way, did you check? You mean the ones in Xiaoring's guild? I've checked everyone, and aside from Ralga and those who were dealt with this time, no one seems to be showing any suspicious activity. Hearing Evan's report, Alon nodded. After returning from the ruins, Alon had ordered an investigation through the Information Guild to see if there were any other suspicious figures within Xiaoring's guild, similar to Ralga. The reason, of course, was that it would be a problem if Xiaoring were hurt again. I'd rather avoid any unnecessary complications. Once was manageable, but he wasn't confident that everything would be fine if it happened again. So, Alon intended to deal with any potential problems in advance. Well, that's a relief. And since we have the money you gave us, I've instructed them to continue briefing us on any developments that might arise. Good job. After replying to Evan, Alon finally felt like his work in the colony was mostly wrapped up, and he let out a deep sigh, leaning against the carriage. Although it seemed like the tasks were done, unfortunately, he wasn't entirely finished. There's still one more foreign god to deal with. Additionally, the new knowledge he had gained kept floating around in his mind. From the reversed roles of the foreign gods and the gods, to the mysterious beings' mention of asterisk order. But above all, Sully, Chinese letter. Alon recalled a fragment of hidden truth about this world, something he had never heard or seen during his time playing psychedelia. Is it finally time to go there? He continued to ponder, remembering the destination filled with countless inscriptions that he had been meaning to visit for a long time. At that moment, in the regular meeting that all members of the Blue Moon, including those from the colony, were required to attend, the previously peaceful atmosphere had suddenly, I'm going to marry the great moon. What? Been replaced by a storm. A rather fierce storm. Chapter 46. Basically, the regular meetings of the Blue Moon often end without any special incidents. The previous meeting was extended significantly due to Deus' outburst in response to Xiaoring's question, but that was merely an exception. Once everyone but Deus and Yusha had internalized the notion that there were certain questions they should never ask Deus, such exceptions could be avoided. Although Deus, who usually remained silent, would occasionally speak up whenever the topic of the great moon was mentioned, those conversations no longer dragged on. This was because Ryan and Raiden consistently redirected the conversation. Thus, today's meeting should have proceeded peacefully, unlike the last one, and thanks to their efforts, it was expected to conclude in under 20 minutes. By the way, Xiaoring, that person said he was going to the colony this time. Did you meet him? Yusha asked Xiaoring. I'm going to marry Great Moon. What? That was before Xiaoring answered. In the beginning, the atmosphere wasn't all that bad. The other members of the Blue Moon were aware that Xiaoring sometimes used exaggerated expressions, and Yusha thought it was just one of those moments. But then, that person is truly wonderful. No wonder Xiaoring likes him. Exactly, that's why I'm going to marry him. The moment they realized that Xiaoring wasn't just exaggerating, but was actually serious. What are you talking about? Yusha's face, usually calm under any circumstance, suddenly hardened, and the other members of the organization held their breath at the sight. Everyone at the meeting knew exactly when her expression and tone would take that turn. She's holding back. She's really holding back. She's holding it in. Deus, Raiden, and Rhine immediately sensed Yusha's mood and recoiled. Even though it was just a virtual meeting using magic projection, they instinctively knew how terrifying Yusha could be when she was angry. But the three of them assumed that this storm would soon pass. Xiaoring knew Yusha well enough and feared her too. However, I mean it, I'm going to marry the Great Moon. Contrary to their expectation that Xiaoring would back down, she confidently declared her intention as though it was a final decision. The other members of the organization were left dumbfounded. Yusha briefly closed her eyes, as if trying to regain control of her expression, then opened them and asked, Xiaoring, do you understand what you're saying right now? Of course I do. We're going to become a family. I'm confident I'll do well. Yusha closed her eyes again as if feeling dizzy, then opened them slowly. With a faint smile, as if trying to soothe a child, she spoke softly. Even if you're confident, that's impossible. Why? Because we are the shadows of the Great Moon. Can't we get married and still be shadows? Xiaorang's face showed no sign of being convinced, instead asking, what's the big deal? A crack formed in the faint smile that had returned to Yusha's face. Listen carefully, Xiaorang. We are the shadows of the Great Moon. Shadows can't stand by the side of their master. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yusha's face, which anyone present could see held a subtle yet distinct edge of anger, made the other members think that this conversation would finally come to an end. Xiaorang, seemingly feeling Yusha's emotions more clearly this time, shrank back a little. But then, as if gathering her resolve, she blinked and answered, Still, I'm going to get married. Even after Yusha's growing irritation became clear, Xiaorang's firm declaration left the members momentarily stunned. I know. Anyway, the most important thing is what the Great Moon thinks. The organization members couldn't help but gape at the situation, as Xiaorang was openly declaring war against Yusha. As Yusha and Xiaoring began glaring intently at each other, Rhine and Raiden had a single question running through their minds. What exactly happened between Xiaoring and the Great Moon to make her act like this? Do you really think that person will choose you? Master said that I'm not too bad. Of course, Alan didn't say that sincerely, but merely to comfort her when Xiaoring was whining and asking if she was disliked. However, cutting out the context, only that part of the conversation surfaced, causing Rhine and Raiden to react. What did you say? Just as Yusha was about to be hit by shock. What exactly happened between you and that person, Xiaoring? Deus asked, attempting to change the subject. So, Xiaoring began recounting her interactions with the Great Moon, slowly shifting the atmosphere to one of calm. Seeing that Deus had effectively diffused the tense situation, Rhine and Raiden exchanged satisfied glances. And that's what happened. I see. So, isn't that amazing? Indeed. Listening to your story suddenly reminds me of the majesty the great moon showed in the north half a year ago. Ding. As Xiaoring's story neared its conclusion, taking about 20 minutes, both Rhine and Raiden wore expressions of regret. Deus, seizing the opportunity during their moment of carelessness, seamlessly shifted the conversation back to the events of half a year ago. Just like that. I still vividly remember it, the figure of that person, standing against the sunset on the ashen, barren land. Oh, I know exactly what you mean. I. Before Rhine and Raiden could redirect the conversation, they saw Xiaoreng eagerly agreeing, as if she'd been waiting for this topic, and their faces darkened. 2 hours later. HMPH, that was quite a lengthy tale. As they expected, Deus' story had finally come to an end, and both Rhine and Raiden felt a sense of relief, thinking the meeting was finally over. Anyway, you can't marry that person. I can. You can. I can. You can't. I can. Yes. With the argument between Yusha and Xiaoreng flaring up once again like it was nothing, both Rhine and Raiden engraved a new realization in their minds that day. Yusha exhibits a surprisingly childish side whenever the great moon is involved, even just a little. It wasn't exactly the kind of information they wanted to know, Rhine and Raiden thought as they gazed up at the sky, which had already begun to brighten. About a week later, Alon finally managed to escape from the desert. Then I'll visit you again next time, Count. Rad, the leader of the Golden Hair Merchant Guild, bowed so deeply it was as though he might be mistaken for a mere servant. However, none of the merchants, mercenaries, or even the mages present questioned Rad's behavior. They were all aware of the growing renown of Count Palacio from the colony, and among them, the mages and mercenaries had witnessed the Count's power firsthand. I'll see you when fate allows. Thank you very much. As Rad bowed at a 110-degree angle and began to prepare the merchant guild for departure, someone spoke. Count. Just as the Count was about to climb into the carriage, a voice called out to him. It was none other than Lian, the daughter of the Red Mage Tower's master. What's the matter? He asked. Are you planning to attend the magic conference next month? Ahem. Alon clicked his tongue, his face remaining expressionless. Magic conference, huh? A magic conference. It was essentially an event where the mages from the various towers gathered once or twice a year to discuss the theories and experiments from their research and engage in friendly competitions. I do want to go. In fact, Alon had been meaning to attend the magic conference for some time. More specifically, he wasn't so much interested in the research materials from the conference as he was in the central tower, where the conference was held. There was something in that place that could alleviate Alon's critical shortage of magical power, at least to some extent. Unfortunately, the Central Mage Tower's policy required one to be affiliated with a tower to gain entry, so Alon responded. I would like to attend, but it seems I won't be able to. Why not? Lian asked. Because I'm not affiliated with any mage tower. Lian looked slightly surprised by Alon's words. So, it's true that you're not associated with any tower. It is. There's no reason for me to lie about that. Then, would you like to participate in the conference as a member of our Red Mage Tower? As a member of the Red Mage Tower? Yes. Alon considered the unexpected proposal for a moment before responding. Well, it's certainly a good opportunity for me, but I don't think I'll be able to do much by simply attending under the Red Mage Tower's name. I'm not expecting anything in return. Just like last time, it would be enough if we could discuss magic topics together during the conference, Lian said, subtly glancing up at Alon. All right, that's a pretty good deal, Alon thought. Though he briefly wondered why Leon was offering such favorable terms, he couldn't find any reason to refuse, so he nodded. Then I'll gratefully accept your offer. When should I head there? I believe there. About a month and a half left, but I'll send you the exact schedule via letter or magic orb. Understood. With that, the conversation concluded. See you then. Alon parted ways with the mages from the Red Mage Tower and began gathering some provisions from the first village he encountered after crossing the desert, preparing to return to his territory. Ah, Count! Evan suddenly exclaimed, as if he had just remembered something and delivered two pieces of news. What is it? Well, it's about Rhine. And I heard that she's become a powerful figure in Lartania. A powerful figure? Yes, from what I've heard, she's become one of the council members of the Triumvirate. The Triumvirate, that's the group responsible for the overall governance of the Labyrinth City, isn't it? That's right. Rhine. Yes. She's certainly moving up in the world. The first piece of news was that Rhine had risen to power in Lartania, a pleasant bit of news that might bring some benefits their way. And Raiden. Yes. It seems he's unified 5 of the 7 archipelagos and has essentially become the Pirate King. Is that a good thing? I'm not sure if it's good or not, but his bounty has now surpassed several million gold coins. Several million gold coins. Yes, apparently, it's comparable to the bounty on the original Pirate King. The second piece of news was that Raiden had transformed from a pirate into the Pirate King of the Somali archipelago, a rather strange turn of events. Sergius, one of the 8 cardinals of Rosario, had held his position for over 20 years. He was a man who enjoyed luxury and indulgence, far from fitting the role of a cardinal. He cared more for a bottle of wine than reading the scriptures, and valued holding a woman more than praying. He could easily be seen as a cancer within the holy nation. Pleasure to see you, Cardinal Yusha. Likewise, Cardinal Sergius. Yusha Bloodia smiled faintly as she sat facing Sergius. In truth, Sergius wasn't close enough to Yusha to warrant a one-on-one meeting like this. In fact, this was only the second time he had ever seen her face. Still, there was a reason why Sergius had sought her out. I came to make you an offer. Would you care to listen? This was that reason. What kind of offer? To be blunt, I need a name. A name? Sergius nodded in response to Yusha's question and answered. Yes, it seems there are those in league with impure elements on that side. You want to use my name for a conversion letter, correct? Exactly. A conversion letter. It was a special letter that only the higher echelons of Rosario, specifically cardinals or above, could send. It was dispatched when there were suspicions that someone had allied themselves with heretics. To write such a letter, the approval of at least 2 cardinals was required. However, Sergius had no intention of sending the conversion letter for its proper purpose. The real reason was that he had accepted a bribe, and the reason he was now making this request to Yusha, whom he had never even properly met before, was, if you lend me your name, I will make sure you're properly rewarded. Reward, you say? I'll refrain from saying anything about the suspicious death of Cardinal Biantria. How does that sound? Unlike the other cardinals, with whom he would have to share the bribe, Sergius believed that Yusha would be someone he didn't have to split the payment with. This confidence came from the fact that, Cardinal Biantria, Yusha asked, I assume you're not going to claim ignorance, considering the position you're in. He had gathered enough information to be sure that she, like himself and the other cardinals, had already been tainted. So, let's not complicate things. If you lend your name for the conversion letter regarding Count Palacio, I'll keep silent about this matter. Confident in his leisurely approach, Sergius was ready to conclude the conversation. I see. The gentle smile that had adorned Yusha's face moments ago faded, and she posed another question. So what you're saying, Cardinal Sergius, is that you want me to lend my name? Yes, that's correct. To bury Count Alon Palacio. Yes, that's right, Sergius nodded, but as he did, a soft, low chuckle escaped her lips. And then, the world turned red. Everything had happened so suddenly. Sergius, alarmed, tried to move, but soon realized that his body would no longer obey him. Along with this realization came an overwhelming sense of dread, and he instinctively turned his trembling head toward its source. And there he saw the woman, who had been smiling warmly just moments ago, now stared at him with vividly crimson eyes. Did you just tell me? Anyone could see the unmistakable rage radiating from her. You'll kill my god. It was in that moment that Sergius realized something had gone terribly wrong. Chapter 47. Crash. Both of Sergius' hands were shattered as if crushed by an invisible force, and a horrendous scream burst from his mouth. Alig. It wasn't just his hands. His arms, shoulders, and legs were mangled as if crushed by a press. A chilling scream echoed throughout Yusha's mansion. But Yusha, watching this gruesome scene, simply spoke with a calm expression, as if passing judgment on Sergius, whose body was now completely broken. Screaming like that won't bring anyone to save you. Save me, please. Sergius, his face full of terror, cried out to Yusha, who was watching him in the red world. Already suffering from unbearable pain, bodily fluids leaked from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His dignity as a cardinal was long forgotten. All he could do was scream, desperate to escape the agony. What are you talking about? Yusha, seemingly puzzled, locked eyes with Sergius, who was writhing on the ground, and opened her mouth again. Obviously, you're not going to die, right? As she spoke, a white light began to emanate from Yusha's hand. The powerful divine energy quickly started to heal Sergius' body, but... No, stop. Sergius screamed even louder as he watched his body begin to heal. Then, the moment his body was fully restored. God! Sergius, filled with terror, looked up at Yusha, his whole body trembling. He was a pitiful sight, far removed from the dignity of a cardinal of Rosario. The fear from the repeated excruciating pain had already eaten away at what little remained of his dignity and faith. Even though he had suffered this torment countless times, he still couldn't comprehend the situation. The holy knights who never came, no matter how much he screamed. The pressure that kept him from moving his body as he wished. The way his body twisted like paper with a mere gesture from her. None of it made any sense. It was as if everything was incomprehensible. And so, save me, please, save me. He simply begged for mercy. Even though he didn't fully understand why he was being subjected to such horrors, he pleaded for forgiveness, as if asking for absolution from a god. However, contrary to Sergius' desperate hope, his body began to slowly compress once more. His ears ringing with his own mad screams, he heard Yusha's voice. I keep telling you you're not going to die. You still have something to do. Her voice was sweet to anyone's ears. But, soft yet, you'll have to atone for the crime of trying to harm him. Her voice sent chills down his spine. Dialogues. Sergius' screams echoed once again. It had been about a month since Alon returned to the Count's estate. He had spent the time recovering from the weariness of his long desert journey, while also investigating the source of the abyssal entity that wasn't supposed to have appeared yet, along with signs of foreign threats he had heard from it. Now, Alon was preparing to leave the estate once again. There were two reasons for his departure. One was to attend the magic conference, to which he had been invited by Leon Aguilera's, the daughter of the Red Tower's lord. The other was to make an appearance at a social gathering before the conference. Social gathering. In truth, it was more accurate to call it a noble's social event rather than a grandiose term like gathering. The nobles were just getting together to strengthen their friendships. The only slightly unique aspect was that, unlike typical noble gatherings, this one allowed participation from renowned non-nobles. I really don't want to go. Alon smacked his lips as he thought about it. But even so, the reason he felt compelled to attend the gathering before the magic conference was that, as the head of Kalfa, he needed to maintain some degree of decorum. Whether he liked it or not, he was already the leader of Kalfa. Of course, that didn't mean he was forcing himself to do things he truly didn't want to do. Up until the middle of the process, he was full of thoughts about having to do things against his will, but that changed completely because of a single letter that came to Alon. Who? Alon looked at the magical letter that brightened his mood just by looking at it. It wasn't enchanted or anything. It was simply a letter stating that Alon had become the legitimate leader of a faction, along with details about the regular payments he would now receive. Impressive. The amount of money mentioned in the letter, which a faction leader could legally receive, was far beyond his imagination. It was enough for him to finally understand why the leaders of the two factions he couldn't comprehend before had held onto their positions so stubbornly for years without stepping down. At this rate, I could go through all kinds of hell every day and still hang on. Alon wondered how the faction structure worked to generate so much money, but setting aside that curiosity, he felt satisfied once again, imagining the money that would come in the future. Just as he tucked the letter into his coat, feeling content with this financial relief. Count, isn't that the letter you received 2 weeks ago? It is. And you're still carrying it around. It puts me at ease. At this unexpected answer, Evan looked at him with a strange expression. Sometimes, it's hard to tell if you're being serious or not, Count. Well, I'm neither particularly serious nor not serious. At that, Evan shrugged and changed the topic. Now that I think about it, I heard some interesting stories while we were staying in the village yesterday. Interesting stories? Yes. What kind? Well, it's still just a rumor, and I haven't confirmed it with the Information Guild, so it's not certain yet, but it seems Deus has defeated Reinhardt. Reinhardt, you mean the one sword of Caliban? Yes. Deus defeated the one sword. At Alon's question, Evan nodded. As I said, I haven't confirmed it with the Information Guild, so it's not 100% certain, but considering how widespread the rumor is, I think it's likely true. Alon thought of Deus, with whom he had lost contact naturally after their northern expedition together half a year ago. Isn't Reinhardt too difficult to beat? Of course, Alon knew that Deus was strong. He was one of the master knights just like Reinhardt, and Alon had witnessed Deus' strength firsthand. However, Alon, who had learned just how powerful Reinhardt was through the game Psychedelia, couldn't help but feel a bit confused. As far as he knew, Reinhardt possessed a strength on a completely different level from other master knights. But then again, he didn't think the rumors were necessarily wrong. If he's become strong enough to defeat Reinhardt in just half a year, just how talented is he? As Alon marveled at Deus' talent, Evan continued with more news. There's something else too. Is it about Xiaoring or Yusha? Well, it seems like Yusha might be involved, but it's actually a different story. Curious, Alon listened closely, and after hearing everything, he asked again in disbelief. The Duke of Limgrave was taken to the Holy Nation. Yes, and this isn't a rumor. It seems he really was taken. Why? I heard he received a conversion letter. A conversion letter. You know, the letter the holy nation sends when there's suspicion of collaboration with heretics. That's what he received. So he was taken to the holy nation. Yes, although it was said that he went willingly, it's essentially the same as being dragged there. From what I heard, it happened about 2 weeks ago, so you probably won't see the Duke of Limgrave at the gathering. Alon nodded, seeming to think that wasn't entirely a bad thing. In truth, he had been somewhat reluctant to meet with either Duke Limgrave or Marquis Filboid just yet. Every time he saw them, they looked at him as if they were ready to devour him. Of course, no matter how much animosity they directed at him, it didn't actually cause Alon any harm. But even so, it was still uncomfortable to be in the same space as someone who was openly hostile toward him. It might be more comfortable this way. Murmuring to himself, he soon spotted the distant lands of the Verition estate, where the gathering was being held. A short while later, they arrived at the estate of Marquis Verition, where the gathering was taking place, and headed straight for the ballroom. "We've arrived, Count." At Evan's words, Alon naturally stepped out of the carriage. "There are a lot of people." As soon as he got out, he couldn't help but notice the large crowd gathered before him. There had been many people at the grand church event as well, but this gathering had even more. There certainly are a lot of non-nobles here. Over there are mercenaries, here are merchants, and over there mages and even priests. Alon observed as he walked, noting the presence of many attendees who didn't look like nobles. Soon enough, they reached their destination. As if they had been waiting, Alon encountered Duke Arsha in a black dress and Count Zenonia. "You've arrived. Have you been well?" "Yeah." Alon responded briefly to the casual greetings from the two shadowy figures. Even though he was already aware that he had boarded the same ship as them, there was still an inexplicable feeling of intimidation when standing in front of them. It was likely due to the subtle misunderstandings between them that made him naturally wary. From Alon's perspective, he couldn't afford to let them discover that there was indeed some misunderstanding. So, after exchanging simple pleasantries, Alon busied himself by picking up snacks from around the ballroom and making small talk with them. But then, unfortunately, Alon made eye contact with the one man he least wanted to face, Marquis Filboid. Up until just a moment ago, Duke Arsha and Count Zenonia had been engaged in conversation, but as soon as they saw Marquis Filboid, their lips shut tight. The moment the Marquis began walking toward them, their expressions stiffened. Although Arsha and Zenonia were undoubtedly strong in the underworld, in the political arena, they were still beneath Marquis Filboid. Having survived countless political battles, he had the ability to inflict damage both internally and externally with nothing more than his words, and that made them tense. At the same time, several of the nobles attending the gathering noticed that Marquis Filboid was approaching Count Palacio. I lost, so please spare me," the Marquis muttered dejectedly, and not only the nobles who had been watching him, but also Duke Arsha and Count Zenonia were shocked by what they heard. It was no wonder. Every noble present was well aware of how much influence Marquis Filboid wielded in the political world. They also knew that since the Marquis had begun his rise to power, he had never once bowed his head to anyone. So when every noble who witnessed the scene turned in astonishment toward Alon, who had seemingly made the Marquis declare defeat. "Me, what did I do?" Alon, who had been absent-mindedly responding to the other two ladies' conversation while snacking on financiers, could only look utterly confused. Chapter 48. Count Zenonia stared blankly ahead. Before her was Marquis Filboid, the leader of the noble faction and someone whose power in the political world could not be ignored, bowing his head to Count Palacio. "What?" Though Count Zenonia had once operated mainly in the underworld before creating Kalfa, That didn't mean she was entirely ignorant of current politics. After all, the Zenonia family had, at times, maneuvered between factions to reap benefits. But even if she had never been involved in politics, this situation was astonishing. Among nobles entrenched in politics, those with significant authority never bow to others. In contrast to the underworld, where one might bow in front and stab in the back to achieve one's goals, the political world of nobles valued justification, principle, and prestige. Such a gesture was never made lightly. In a world where justification, principle, and prestige determined almost everything, bowing to someone meant giving them tremendous leverage, both internally and externally. How? Count Zenonia turned her gaze to Count Palacio. Even though Marquis Filboid was essentially declaring his defeat, Palacio's expression showed no hint of surprise. It was as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Feeling a tingling sensation at her fingertips, Count Zenonia couldn't help but smile. As expected, remarkable. Of course, she had no idea what method Count Palacio had used to force Marquis Filboid to admit defeat, and honestly, she couldn't even imagine. But what mattered to her was the power itself, so she could only look at Count Palacio with admiration. What is this? Meanwhile, Alan was watching Marquis Filboid, bewildered as he bowed his head. Silence. Though Alan was not silent by choice, he was simply trying to grasp what was happening, as he had no idea either. Did I do something? Alan, who had even forgotten to chew the financier in his mouth, was racking his brain, but soon shook his head. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't recall doing anything, and besides, he had been too busy to even consider dealing with Marquis Filboid. Did a rumor spread? Naturally, Alan began considering other reasons. Come to think of it, there had been rumors lately about my closeness with Xiaorang. Alan thought of Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, who knew about the rumors spreading from the colony, but soon dismissed that theory. While it was true that he had been treated with respect by other nobles after the rumors spread, it still didn't make sense for Marquis Filboid to bow just because of Xiaorang. As Alan continued to review one hypothesis after another, he eventually arrived at only one conclusion. What in the world did these two do? Alan subtly glanced over at Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, who were both staring intently at him. Even though he was ignorant of politics, he knew enough to realize how absurd it was for the leader of a faction to bow his head like this, so Alan found himself staring blankly at the two of them. La. He suddenly recalled that the two women behind him were supposed to become two of the three hidden powers of the Asterian kingdom. I need to be careful. Just as Alan finished his musings. Truly I have lost. Marquis Filboid, the leader of the noble faction who had never bowed in public before, lowered his head even further and begged for forgiveness. And there was no trace of shame or anger in the Marquis' expression. In fact, his face was filled with fear. The reason for his fear was a single letter he had received a few days ago. Shortly after Duke Limgrave had been dragged to the Holy Kingdom after receiving a conversion letter, Filboid had received a letter as well. The letter didn't contain much. There was only a small magical orb and a single sentence. But that small magical orb and single sentence were enough to instill a chilling fear in Marquis Filboid. Because the magical orb, which was capable of storing a one-time video, had shown. I really don't know anything. I'm so sorry, Tilda. The image of Duke Limgrave, trembling uncontrollably, strapped to a white chair, as if triggered by a seizure, repenting. And after the magical orb finished playing, it shattered into pieces, leaving behind only the letter. You're next. That single sentence was written. But even that alone was enough to instill fear in Marquis Filboid, and he could easily guess where this backlash was coming from. Count Palacio. Marquis Filboid couldn't understand how Count Palacio had connections within the Holy Kingdom, stronger than the high-ranking cardinals they had bribed. However, that wasn't the important issue. What mattered was that Duke Limgrave, who had been scheming with him to bring down Count Palacio, had been caught in the backlash and dragged to the Holy Kingdom, where he was left half destroyed. And the next target had been decided to be himself. If he hadn't received this letter, Marquis Filboid would never have bowed to Count Palacio. While receiving a conversion letter would certainly be a serious political issue, as long as he wasn't truly in league with heretics, there wouldn't be any significant personal danger. But Duke Limgrave had suffered this fate despite having no ties to heretics. In other words, it was highly likely that Duke Limgrave's downfall was entirely due to Count Palacio's scheming. Not wanting to be dragged off to the Holy Kingdom and meet the same fate as the Duke, Filboid, overcome by continuous fear, eventually bowed his head. "Please, Tilda." And not just bowing his head, he dropped to his knees, completely prostrate on the floor. It was a desperate plea, expressing his desire to abandon his political career and live out the rest of his life in peaceful retirement. In response, amazing. As expected of the Count, Count Zenonia and Duke Altia looked at Alon with eyes full of admiration. Amazing, what in the world did he do? Alon glanced at Count Zenonia and Duke Altia with a somewhat uneasy expression. That day, "I'll consider it." Alon, muttering something even he didn't fully understand, left the ballroom under everyone's gaze. This event cleanly erased any suspicion that Count Palacio might merely be a proxy leader to allow Altia and Zenonia to move more freely, which had lingered since Calfa's founding. About 3 days after the debate began, Alon left the Verition estate and started moving east. The purpose of this journey was to participate in the Magic Society, which was essentially the reason for this trip. Because of this, he left the debate, which still had about 2 days remaining, and on the 5th day of his journey toward Bluegill, a territory near the Magic Society, as indicated in the letter from Leon. Alon heard from Evan that Marquis Filboid had finally received a conversion letter. He was dragged off in the end, wasn't that your doing, Count? Me? Yes. Do you really think I had the time for that while I was with you the whole time? Well, that's true. Evan hesitated, then revealed his thoughts. These days, whenever I see you, Count, I get the feeling that you're hiding something. Me? What would I be hiding? I don't know, just magic and other things. Not too long ago, you said you weren't doing anything, but now you're suddenly the leader of a faction. Alon paused, thinking for a moment, then replied. Becoming the leader was really just a coincidence. Is it even possible to become a leader by coincidence? As he considered the absurdity of his situation, even for a moment. It seems we're almost there. Evan, with a relaxed expression, pointed out that they were near Bluegill, a territory of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, close to the Magic Society. Shortly after, Alon met Leon, who was with magicians from the Red Tower at their arranged meeting place. Hello, Count. Good to see you. Unlike before, Leon bowed courteously, and they headed straight for the Magic Society. Thanks to traveling by carriage as soon as they arrived in Bluegill, they reached the central tower while the sun was still up. Wow, it's huge, Evan said in awe as soon as he saw the central tower. Alon, too, was impressed as he gazed up at the tower. Of course, he had seen illustrations of the tower many times when playing Psychedelia, but seeing it in person was entirely different. Isn't this taller than Lot Tower? Unlike the in-game scenery he had seen before, the presence of such a towering structure in a fantasy world left him feeling overwhelmed. As he compared the size of the tower to massive buildings he had seen in real life, he wondered how long he had been staring up at it. It's really big, isn't it? Indeed. Let's head inside. Alan entered the tower alongside Lian. As far as I know, on the first day, the Green Tower is set to present the new theory they recently established. After that, there should be a small friendly competition. Then, tomorrow. Alan listened to Lian's explanations as they walked inside. There aren't as many people as I expected. Well, it's not the main event of the Grand Conference. The Grand Conference. Oh, did I forget to explain that? As Lian began explaining again, Alan nodded in understanding. So to summarize, the Grand Conference is the gathering where all the Tower Masters participate. That's right, because of that. There are usually quite a lot of magicians at the Grand Conference. It's the same with this one too. As Alan nodded again, acknowledging this new detail that wasn't present in the game. These idiots, seriously. What, that's way too harsh. Harsh? If they can't even understand this much, they're definitely idiots. Don't you agree? Hearing the familiar voice filled with irritation coming from one side of the central tower, Alan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Lian sighed deeply. Looks like someone's picking a fight with the Blue Vice-Tower Master again. The Blue Vice-Tower Master? Yes, I'm sure you know by now, but she's someone who thinks very highly of herself, so she's probably causing another argument. Recalling the previous time when Lian had shown open disdain for the Blue Tower, Alan was about to ask her a question when, "Hey, let's do it again." "What's there to redo, you fools? Do you really think you can beat me? What, are you going to bring 20 people this time because 10 weren't enough?" "Hey." From the direction of the friendly competition space, a very angry group of magicians emerged, led by Pina, who was smirking openly as she walked. Huh. Suddenly, Pina noticed Lian and curled her lips into a sly grin. Well, well, who do we have here? Isn't it the half-baked magician who couldn't even hold her own against me last year? Her taunt was obvious. Lian furrowed her brows and glared at Pina, but the latter just laughed it off as if Lian's anger was beneath her notice. What's this? Did you bring a friend this time to help you stand up to? She shifted her gaze to the right. Ugh. She froze. Her expression went pale. Just moments ago, Pina had been mocking everyone around her as if they were beneath her, but now it was as if she had completely shut down. Lian, confused by the sudden change, looked at her in bewilderment. Hello. The words Pina finally blurted out left Lian speechless. She had spoken in formal speech. The fact that Pina, who Lian had never imagined would ever use polite language, was speaking so deferentially for the first time left Lian stunned. And then, "It's been a while, how have you been?" "Why, yes, sir." Pina, who was infamous as a notorious troublemaker among magicians despite being hailed as a genius by outsiders, responded like a soldier snapped to attention. Not just Lian, but the angry magicians who had followed Pina were also left gaping in silence, staring at Count Palacio, who had somehow managed to make the impossible happen right before their eyes. Chapter 49. Pina, the Vice-Tower Master of the Blue Mage's Tower, was a genius, but not many wizards liked her. There were 3 reasons for this. First, she was incredibly rude. Second, she was unbelievably rude. And third, she was insufferably rude. Typically, wizards gathered around those who held higher ranks, regardless of their personalities, since what mattered most to them was the pursuit of knowledge, not individual character. In other words, even if someone had an awful personality, wizards would still try to stay close to them to gain any amount of wisdom. However, even such wizards couldn't tolerate being near Pina. She was a genius, but her arrogance was unbearable. As a result, Penia's presence always caused various disturbances within the society. She openly disrespected anyone below the rank of Tower Master, making it impossible to avoid conflicts. That's why all the wizards referred to Penia as a reckless troublemaker and disliked her. Milan, a wizard from the Green Mage's Tower who had just fought with her, was no exception. He harbored deep resentment toward Penia, to the extent that for the past 7 years, he had been dreaming of subduing her with his magic and making her apologize for the constant insults she hurled at him. Ever since he became a full-fledged wizard and could present theories at the society, she had tormented him. So Milan couldn't comprehend the situation unfolding before him. How long has it been? Almost more than half a year, I suppose. Why, yes, that's right. No need to be so formal. I think I told you last time that you could speak informally. Should I speak informally? Oh, now that I think about it, I did say to just do whatever feels comfortable. Do as you please. Milan blinked in disbelief at Penia, who sighed in relief, clearly pleased that she could continue speaking formally. Is this an illusion spell? Worried that he might have fallen victim to one of Penia's malicious illusion spells, he even cast a dispel magic, but the situation before his eyes remained unchanged. Anyway, it's nice to see you here. It's nice to see you too. The sight of Penia, who never even spoke politely unless someone was at least a tower master, now behaving like a docile puppy showing its belly, was shocking to everyone. Even Milan's master, standing nearby, had already cast a dispel spell more than 5 times. The shock was that intense. But the surprises weren't over yet. By the way, did something happen? Oh, that. Not that it's my place to interfere, but shouldn't wizards get along with each other? He wasn't reprimanding anyone. It was just a casual remark. But upon hearing it, Penia turned and looked straight at Milan. I'm sorry. She apologized. Every wizard present had a stunned expression. The notion that Penia, the notorious troublemaker who seemed incapable of apologies, would bow her head and apologize, felt too surreal to believe. Even Milan, who had spent 7 long years dreaming of this very moment, couldn't react despite finally receiving the apology he'd yearned for. How is this possible? Lian, who stood beside Alan, was also utterly bewildered, staring in disbelief between Penia and Milan. A little while later. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow. Why, yes, sir. Nodding eagerly at the man's words, Penia scurried away like she was fleeing, and everyone's gaze naturally shifted to one person, Count Palacio, the man who had not only tamed the wild troublemaker but seemed to handle her with ease. She seemed stiffer than last time, Alan thought to himself as he watched Penia running off into the distance. Recalling that the nearby wizards and Lian were staring at him, mouths agape, Alan couldn't help but wonder. Did I do something wrong? Feeling slightly embarrassed, he shifted his eyes, trying to gauge the situation. After Penia darted away in haste. Similarly, the wizards who were watching Alan realized that he was Count Palacio, and after expressing their mystified admiration, they departed. Penia is called a troublemaker. Yes. How curious. Alan tilted his head as he listened to Lian talk about Penia. I knew Penia was quite arrogant in the game, but I didn't realize she was notorious enough to be called a troublemaker by the other wizards. Well, it wasn't a crucial plot point, so it makes sense it didn't come up. Thinking about how the protagonist would recruit Penia as a companion several years from now, usually after half the kingdom had been destroyed, he shrugged. Actually, I'm the one who should be asking. How is it that the troublemaker behaves so quietly in front of you, Count? At Lian's follow-up question, Alan fell silent for a moment. Amusingly enough, even Alan didn't really know why Pina acted the way she did around him. But simply admitting he didn't know seemed a bit awkward, so he was contemplating how to respond when Leon's voice brought his attention back. "We've arrived." Looking ahead, he saw the structure before him. It's the interfloor transportation device. Before them stood a structure that reminded him of an elevator from his previous world. "You said you wanted to visit the library on the 38th floor, right?" Nodding as he recalled the request he had made before coming to the Mage Tower, Alan responded, "Yes, can I go in now?" "Of course, but I have something to prepare, so I won't be able to accompany you." "That's fine, I'm just curious about the library." In fact, considering what he intended to do at the library, it was actually better for Alan if Leon wasn't there. So when he nodded, Leon pressed a button on the right side of the structure. "And how exactly do you manage to handle Pina that way, Count?" Just as Leon asked the question again. "Wung." With a deep resonating sound, the door to the interfloor transportation device, which had been firmly shut, opened. The smile that had been on Leon's face instantly vanished as her expression twisted in displeasure. Startled by her sudden change in mood, Alan naturally followed her gaze and turned his head. Walking towards them was a man who looked like he had a complaint about everything in the world. And then, "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't it our dear little Leon?" "Baruch." Leon's tone was openly hostile as she addressed the man, who smiled in a way that didn't exactly radiate friendliness. "Did you come to see me?" "As if." "Really, I wanted to see you. What a shame." The man, called Baruch, chuckled as he shifted his gaze from Leon, who was glaring at him, and looked directly at Alan. "Who's this? A face I haven't seen before." "He's Count Palacio." At Leon's words, Baruch gave Alan a quick, dismissive once-over, the kind of look that made it clear he wasn't impressed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Baruch seemed to remember something as he let out a small "ah." "Oh, you're the one, right? The one who helped deal with the foreign invader after hundreds of years." Baruch, smirking to himself, nodded slowly. "Pleased to meet you, Count Palacio. I'm Baruch, a wizard of the Violet Mage's Tower. I'm sure we'll meet again." With that, he gave Alan a slight nod before walking past him. A little while later. So, the son of the Violet Tower Master. As the interfloor transportation device began to move, Alan felt his body floating and thought back to the conversation he had just had with Leon. He never appeared in the game, though. Alan didn't believe in physiognomy, but as he thought about how Baruch acted exactly as his rude appearance suggested, he decided to stop paying him any mind. From what Leon had told him, Baruch seemed to be the type to steal research achievements and present them as his own or secretly belittle others behind their backs, but he wasn't someone important to Alan. After some time passed, there was a deep resonating sound. "Wuang tilde." "Oh." As the giant sound reverberated, the once closed door opened, and Alan couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. What he saw before him was a space filled entirely with books. From the ground he stood on all the way to the ceiling. The seemingly endless sea of bookshelves and volumes made the entire space feel unreal, fitting for the name Mage's Tower, and Alan found himself awestruck for a moment. "There are two things I need to find here." But only for a moment. Alan quickly set himself in motion, walking between the countless bookshelves. Though impressed, he had been here dozens of times in the game, so he moved through the area with ease, as if he were already familiar with it. However, reality wasn't the same as a game, so it took him a little longer than expected. But soon enough, he found the book he was looking for. A single book with a particularly dark black cover, standing out among the others. "This is it." Satisfied, though his face remained expressionless, he pulled the book from the shelf and examined it. There was no title or author written on the cover. It was a book with no known creator, but without hesitation, Alon opened it and began flipping through its blank pages, just as dark and empty as the cover. Without any concern, he continued to turn each blank page, one by one. About a third of the way through the book, Alon finally discovered the hidden compartment. Found it. Inside, he found a ring-like piece of jewelry that could fit on a finger, a hoe gaftu. Like his clothing, the hoe gaftu was a deep pitch-black color, as though it could swallow even light. Alon instinctively slipped it into his pocket before returning the book to its original place. That's the first thing done. The second will take more time, so I'll just prepare for it now. Satisfied with the texture of the hoe gaftu in his pocket, Alon began preparing to retrieve the second item. That's it, the rest, I'll come back in 2 days. After setting the broken, giant clock on the left side of the library, no longer in use, to point at 12, ignoring the current time, Alon fiddled with the hoe gaftu again. I'd like to use this right now. According to his predictions, this hoe gaftu would significantly enhance his current magic usage, so he was eager to test it out immediately. But it's not like I only have time today. Remembering that it was already late in the evening, he shrugged and left the library. The next day, having acquired what he wanted, the Magic Society gathering began. And after the presentation from the Green Mage's Tower, during the friendly competition that most of the wizards attended, Alon received a challenge. I'd like to test my strength against the famous Count Palacio, who dealt with the northern outsiders after hundreds of years. What do you say? It was a dual request. The one making the request, with a sly grin, was none other than Baruch, the son of the Violet Tower Master, clearly with some hidden agenda in mind. Chapter 50. The Labyrinth City, Lartania. A city where the end of the labyrinth has yet to be discovered, where the deeper you go underground, the more treasures and artifacts appear. Many mercenaries and explorers reside there. At the pinnacle of this city are the 5 great guilds: Bloody Iron, Terranomid, Arcadia, Ancient Tracker, Calamadra. These 5 guilds, as they are called, possess far superior power compared to any mercenary or explorer guild. The difference in strength between them and any run-of-the-mill guild was staggering. The guild leaders of these 5 great guilds were, in fact, no longer considered human. They were strong enough to be called superhumans. Among them was Aldrich, the leader of Bloody Iron, who once slaughtered over 1,000 monsters alone on the 10th floor, earning the nickname Butcher. He was currently descending into the labyrinth. However, today he was not heading down to reach the lowest floor, but because of a large commission sent to Bloody Iron. Capture 1 monster on the 20th floor. Aldrich, with a massive axe slung over his shoulder, wore a peculiar expression. For good reason, something about the request was strange. In the Lartania labyrinth, every 5 floors there is a monster-free area, which doesn't quite fit the term labyrinth. As you descend further, these floors, called safety zones by mercenaries, start to contain unknown terrain or buildings. But one thing remained constant: there were no monsters. Yet this high-paying request was asking for a monster to be captured from one of these safety floors, the 20th floor. It was odd, to say the least. Nevertheless, Aldrich led his subordinates down to the 20th floor because the advance payment was substantial, and more importantly, the client had explicitly stated, even if you fail the mission, you won't have to return the advance payment. That was why Aldrich was now descending to the 20th floor. It might be a trap. Though he entertained the thought, he wasn't particularly afraid. He had spent plenty of time on the 50th floor, considered the lowest level of the labyrinth, and was confident he could return even if something went wrong on the 20th floor. Thus, Aldrich and his subordinates descended the labyrinth. "We've reached the 20th floor." Soon, just as the client had said, they arrived at the 20th floor. The scene was filled with large ruins. "What's that?" "A monster." "Boss, there really is a monster here." To their surprise, they saw a monster as the client had described. "But isn't that a goblin?" "Seriously?" And not just any monster. It was a goblin, considered one of the weakest monsters. "There's really a monster here on the 20th floor. Wow, if we catch that thing, we'll get even more money than the advance payment. This is like finding a golden goblin. It's even wearing clothes, like something from the East." Aldrich's subordinates laughed and pointed at the goblin, as they had all slain thousands of goblins during their explorations of the lowest floors. As everyone chuckled, "Huh!" the goblin, which had been staring blankly at the ruins, sighed and turned around. "Insects, you're noisy." The goblin, with a clear voice that didn't match its appearance and a lazy gaze, murmured. Then it moved its finger from left to right. And then, they. In an instant, the mercenaries who had been laughing at the goblin were sliced cleanly in half. That was the end of it. With a soft thud, the 5 mercenaries who had fought alongside Aldrich for years were dead in an instant. As Aldrich, feeling an instinctive threat, raised his axe, he saw it. The goblin's eyes, far too intelligent to belong to a mere goblin, were looking straight at him, filled with only 2 emotions: arrogance, Chinese letter, and thud, contempt, Chinese letter. What Aldrich saw last was that, and nothing more. There was nothing after. As the horrific screams of the remaining mercenaries echoed, his mind fell into darkness. Not long after, the king of all ghouls, Chinese letter, who had dealt with all the mercenaries that descended to the 20th floor, began to move toward the surface. After discussions at the academy, the friendly matches usually commence. The format is that the designated wizard for the friendly match comes out and chooses their opponent. In other words, any wizard gathered to watch the match could be challenged. However, the wizard with the right to designate an opponent rarely challenges someone too far below their own rank. Challenging a wizard too low in rank could lead to gossip that they were bullying a weaker wizard. On the other hand, challenging someone much stronger could result in embarrassment and offend the higher-ranking wizard. Wizards by nature are prideful creatures. Thus, it was common sense for a wizard with the right to designate an opponent to choose someone of similar rank, and even Alan was aware of this. Was Baruch around 4th rank? Feeling the curious gazes around him, Alan recalled how Leon had glared at Baruch yesterday. "He's 1 rank higher than me." In the world of wizards, ranks create significant disparities. The higher the rank, the more that disparity grows, so the difference in power between, say, the 7th and 8th ranks was enormous, even though they were only 1 rank apart. Being 4th rank at that age, even if he's not as skilled as Pena, he's clearly a genius. As Alan contemplated this, watching Baruch, who didn't look very old despite his impressive rank. Surely the great wizard who helped subdue the mighty outer god isn't afraid, right? Baruch suddenly spoke up. His words, a clear provocation, startled even the wizards who had been observing the situation with interest. Baruch's comment obviously implied that Alan's reputation might be nothing but rumor, and Alan quickly grasped his intent. He's trying to provoke me. Though he couldn't be sure of Baruch's exact motives, Alan didn't care. To him, that was enough of a reason. If someone is trying to provoke you for no reason, give them a reason. Alan wasn't the type to take insults lightly, especially from someone who didn't seem all that difficult to defeat. I guess I'll get to try this out in a real fight sooner than I thought. Sliding a magic-enhanced glove onto his index finger, Alon spoke. I accept. Thus the duel was set. Everything's going as expected. Baruch, the son of the Violet Tower Master, and a fellow fourth-rank wizard like Leon, smiled as he felt the gazes of Alon and the surrounding wizards on him. Provoking Alon into the arena had been part of Baruch's plan all along. More precisely, it was his plan to draw a bit more attention to himself. Although being the son of the Violet Tower Master already gave him considerable influence within the academy, Baruch wanted more. That's why he decided to use Count Palacio, who had just arrived at the academy the day before. Count Palacio, who always brought a whirlwind of rumors wherever he went. Smirking, Baruch glanced at Alon. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding Alon. It was said that Alon played a significant role in dealing with the outer god in the north. More recently, he had helped a golden flash subdue 2 ambushing Baba Yagas in the desert city of Colony. And as of yesterday, the most unbelievable rumor of all, that he had somehow tamed the notorious troublemaker Pina, was spreading. As a result, the Academy Wizards had elevated Alon's reputation based on these rumors. In other words, if the rumors were true, Baruch had made a foolish mistake by challenging him. But Baruch hadn't acted recklessly. He raised his right hand subtly and sent a trickle of magic into the plain ring he wore. Bzzz. The ring, emitting a faint hum that only the most observant wizards might notice, began to display a number. 3. Baruch grinned as he saw the number appear. The ring he wore was an artifact that could weakly project magic to roughly gauge a person's rank and magic power. As I thought, he's weak. Just like yesterday. And just like the last time he checked before provoking him, the ring showed Alon's rank as 3. Baruch's confidence came from this ring. Though it wasn't particularly useful in most cases, it was invaluable within the academy for exposing wizards who exaggerated their rank. Thanks to this ring, Baruch had managed to rise within the academy by targeting those wizards who boasted false claims of power. And now I've hooked a big fish. Baruch had been able to provoke Alon without hesitation because of his confidence in the ring's accuracy. Are both sides ready? Ready. Yes. Responding to the question, Baruch casually summoned his magic. That rumor about him taming Pina is a bit concerning, but the ring is reliable. There's no way he's that strong because of his magic. Baruch pondered how to handle Alon. Should I finish this quickly? No, if I end it too fast, it won't have much impact. Maybe I should play with him a little. If I drag this out too long, it might backfire. If it's revealed that this count's skills are just rumors, my reputation, which should be rising, might unnecessarily suffer. Right, it's better to end this a little early. He gripped his staff, already imagining how he would finish Alon. As both sides are aware, using magic that could threaten the life of your opponent is prohibited, so please adjust the power accordingly. Now, thud. Begin. The match started with a light tap from the referee's staff. Baruch, wearing a confident smile, moved to take action when he realized a white breath was escaping from his mouth. Dazed by the sudden event, which happened so quickly that he couldn't even register it properly, Baruch soon noticed the cold air filling his lungs. Just as he began to question it. What? Crack. He belatedly realized that his calves were freezing solid. Crack, crack. And not just his calves. Looking around, he realized that the entire arena was freezing over. White frost rapidly spread across the ground, quickly expanding its territory and turning everything in the vicinity into a frozen wasteland. And in the center of that frozen wasteland, he saw it. A man standing tall on the arena, expressionless, emotionless. Wearing black, ominous armor from which dark magic seeped out, freezing everything around him. And in that moment Baruch realized something had gone terribly wrong. However, by the time he realized it, glory of the snowy mountains, Alan had already spoken the incantation. Chapter 51. Kelam, a wizard from the Green Tower, and the man who had witnessed Penia, once notorious as the rogue of the Blue Tower, behaved like a meek lamb in front of Count Palacio, was still processing what he'd seen the day before. Penia had even apologized to Milan, Kelam's apprentice and a fellow wizard. But Kelam, a fifth-tier wizard, had his suspicions about Count Palacio from the beginning. Specifically, he doubted the Count's strength. Of course, Kelam hadn't yet reached the sixth tier, where the eye is opened, allowing one to fully grasp another's strength with just a glance. However, even at the fifth tier, his senses were sharp enough to detect a person's magic power. And in Kelam's eyes, Count Palacio's magical energy was too weak. Kelam knew that knowledge was essential for wizards. No matter how large one's mana pool, it meant nothing without the knowledge to wield magic. However, no matter how exceptional one's knowledge was, it wouldn't be possible to use magic if their inherent magical power was too small. Naturally, this raised questions in Kelam's mind. Was it possible that the rumors surrounding the Count's strength were all exaggerated, created by the man himself to elevate his own reputation? Kelam had almost reconsidered his doubts after witnessing Penia's sudden change in behavior, but today, at the arena, his suspicions were confirmed again. There was no mistake. Count Palacio's magical power was far too meager to be the subject of such grandiose rumors. And it wasn't just Kelam who harbored these doubts. No matter how I look at it, I can't sense much strength from him. What do you think? I feel the same way. His mana pool is far too small for someone of a high tier. Just so it was all nonsense. Looks like he fabricated it all to build up his prestige. Pity, his reputation will be completely shattered after this friendly match reveals everything. Just as Kelam had thought, the other professor-level wizards at the fifth tier, gathered with him, expressed their doubts after sensing Count Palacio's magic. But before the arena was engulfed in the frozen wasteland, all the wizards fell silent. Even the lower-tier wizards, who had been watching with curious expressions, became quiet. On the contrary, the fifth-tier wizards who had been casting suspicious glances at Alan now stood dumbfounded with their mouths agape, watching the unfolding events. Yet the emotions the wizards felt were not all the same. The lower-tier wizards gazed at Alan's magic with awe and reverence, while the higher-tier wizards were utterly shocked. It all happened in an instant, but they knew exactly what Alan had done. Composite magic, and more than 3 spells at once. Kelam's jaw dropped. Of course, composite magic was something even he could perform, and any fifth-tier wizard present could do the same. However, to flawlessly execute 3 or more spells at once, without a single error, was something no one could guarantee. How in the world did he do it? By now, the fifth-tier wizards had already erased the thought that Count Palacio's magic was insignificant. Instead, their minds were filled with the same curiosity and respect for Alan that had driven them to rise to the fifth tier. And just as all eyes were focused on the arena, "Crystal!" Alan quietly muttered the word, forming a seal with his hand. At that moment, crack! Dozens of small spheres, each about the size of a marble, began forming across the entire arena. Rotation. The spheres, which had been hovering in midair, began to slowly rotate clockwise. Just as the wizards were wondering about the purpose of these spinning spheres. Eek! Baruch, who had been startled by Alon's magic, finally snapped out of it and hurriedly began preparing his own spells. If he failed to act now, he realized that not only would he fail to expand his influence, but he could end up embarrassing himself, so he hurriedly prepared a spell. However, the other wizards either expressed confusion or frowned as they watched Baruch's spell preparation. That's Kimalin. It was understandable, as the spell Baruch was preparing to use was one of the Violet Tower's main offensive spells, a blatant killing spell not typically used in friendly matches. Yet Baruch never got to fire his spell. Crack! In the next instant, Baruch was turned into an ice statue. All the wizards stared blankly, recalling what had just happened. In the very moment when Baruch had been preparing his spell, one of the rotating small spheres suddenly burst, turning Baruch into an ice statue. And with that, the winner of this friendly match is Alon Palacio, the referee wizard announced in a bewildered voice. That was truly remarkable. By the way, what was that seal you just used? Could it be an ancient spell? He used composite magic, but how exactly did he structure that arrangement? Immediately after the friendly match ended, Alon, who had ascended to the stands leaving the dumbfounded Baruch behind, was bombarded with questions from the wizards. Of course, there were no wizards who dared to break the unwritten rule of not asking about independent magic, but the flood of questions made Alon realize something surprising. Through the conversation, he came to understand that the wizards had no knowledge of the seals or phrases he used. How curious. Alon had been aware that the seals and phrases he used were relics of a long-forgotten era. However, he hadn't expected there to be absolutely no information on them at all, which made the discovery even more intriguing. As he absorbed this newfound realization while conversing with the wizards, Alon's attention shifted. Wait, what did you say? Third tier? Did you just say third tier? There's no need for modesty, claiming to be at the third tier. That's impossible. The wizards treated Alon's admission of his tier as a joke. Leaving behind the bemused wizards, Alon exited the arena with a sigh, though the moment was brief. He began fiddling with the ring on his left index finger, an item in the psychedelia game called Memory of the Black Eye, Ho Gaftu, with a satisfied expression. As expected, it's quite useful. The ability of Memory of the Black Eye was simple. It allowed the user to store one of their spells and use it later with a slight boost in power. In short, it was like an enhanced memory keeper spell, storing a spell for future use with added amplification, and for Alon, it was highly efficient. Due to the restriction he faced, Alon could only cast 5 spells, and the harsh environment where he had to use one of those spells was a significant disadvantage. After using that spell, he would be left with only 2 usable spells. But by using Memory of the Black Eye, Alon could now use all 5 spells in combat situations. And the spell amplification is quite strong as well. He recalled that when he had used a spell earlier, the effect of the harsh cold felt at least twice as powerful as usual, then quickly shifted his thoughts. It seems that the glory of the snowy mountains is quite good. Reflecting on the spell he had just used, based on the phrase glory of the snowy mountains, Alon couldn't help but think once again about the mysterious thing. When it had first informed him of that phrase, Alon hadn't fully grasped the meaning. At the time, the phrases in his mind were understood only as tools to enhance his magic, without a deeper understanding. However, after using the spell based on Glory of the Snowy Mountains several times since returning from the desert, he had recently come to understand what kind of effect that phrase generally had. When the manifestation of the materialized magic ends, it freezes the surrounding air. Unlike twisting or distorting the nature of the magic itself, This effect seemed more like it was touching upon a fundamental law, and Alan had used this to implement his spell today. Is this what it was referring to? He recalled hearing that a phrase is like a key that can open certain doors to the rules designated in this world. He found this increasingly fascinating. The more Alan learned about phrases and words, the more his magic advanced at a rapid pace, fueling his growing curiosity. Glancing outside the tower, he noticed the view. The sun was just now hanging on the mountainside, casting the sky in the colors of sunset. It's about time, I suppose. As Alan watched the slowly sinking sun, he remembered the other item he needed to retrieve from the central tower today and turned to leave. The first night of the society. That counts. What is it? Are you really a third-tier wizard? Yes, I am. Really? Yes. Oh, I'll keep that in mind then. Leon, who seemed utterly disbelieving of Alan's words, left with a doubtful expression. Count. Penia. I know for sure that you're a third-tier wizard. Is that so? Yes, I absolutely know that you're a third-tier wizard. Absolutely, without a doubt. After Penia emphasized Alan's tier 3 times and left, Alan noticed that it was late at night and headed to the library, confirming that the moon was already in the sky. Woo Tilda. With a low, resonating hum, he arrived at the empty, silent library again. The eerie atmosphere was enhanced by the absence of lights, with only the blue moon in the sky casting light over the library. As he entered the library, a deep voice echoed in his ears. It seems that someone has managed to solve my riddle at just the right time. The voice's solemn resonance caused Alan to shiver involuntarily. It wasn't that he sensed anything in particular, just an instinctual trembling. Like how the weak naturally tremble before the strong, simply hearing the voice evoked a creeping fear from deep within. Yes, Alan answered, forcibly suppressing his rising fear. After all, the item he needed could only be obtained by meeting her. And then, oh, impressive, despite hearing my voice you didn't panic, you've held your ground. As the blue magical energy began gathering in front of Alan, slowly taking shape, he felt sweat forming on his palms. He knew exactly who was about to appear before him. The first human to reach the 8th tier after the age of forgotten gods. A wizard whom every magician revered and admired during her lifetime, known as the First Chalice. And to the beings who once wreaked havoc on the world, she was known as the Eternal Terror, a slayer feared and worshipped. The Archmage Heinkel. As Alan muttered her name, the blue magical form solidified rapidly. Before him stood a woman wearing a pure white pointed hat, her blue eyes visible underneath, and a relaxed smile on her face. To the wizard, she was the First Chalice. To the beings that had once thrown the world into chaos, she was the Eternal Terror. Alan swallowed nervously behind his calm expression. While Heinkel wasn't an enemy, if he made even a slight mistake in his answers, he could trigger her infamous temper, which might result in his immediate death. Thus, Alan mentally reviewed the things he absolutely must not say or bring up in front of her. The first words the Archmage, who exuded an overwhelming aura just by appearing with her relaxed smile, spoke as she gazed at Alan were, "What?" A sound of terror, as though she had seen something horrifying. A question formed in Alan's mind. Chapter 52. Archmage Heinkel. She was the first Archmage to appear among humanity since the forgotten age of the gods, and was known to players in psychedelia as the Witch of Writ. The reason she was called the Witch of Writ was simple. If you played as a mage, almost every player would inevitably meet her. Although she didn't directly influence the story, the items you could obtain from her after a certain amount of time were incredibly useful for mage players. However, the problem was her personality. Contrary to her doll-like appearance, she was extremely irritable. If you made the wrong choice during dialogue while trying to obtain an item, she'd kill you without hesitation. By the third meeting, you might be close enough that she would only insult you for a wrong choice instead of killing you, but in the first and second meetings, there was no mercy. Worse yet, if you chose to defend Milk even a little in any of her suspicious dialogue choices, she'd get highly offended and kill you on the spot. This earned her the nickname Milk Witch. Thanks to all this, Alan was very nervous. He knew the words and topics she disliked, but given her notoriously unpredictable personality, anything could happen. He had even made some preparations in case things went wrong. But this situation was entirely unforeseen. Alan stared blankly at Archmage Heinkel, who was looking at him with an expression of fear. He then realized one thing. She's really short. The white wizard's pointy hat made her seem taller, but in reality she was much shorter than Alan. Quite a bit shorter. I want to solve your riddle. Since in the in-game illustrations she was always seated, he had never noticed this fact. It wasn't really useful information, but still, it was something new. With that in mind, Alan finally spoke to Heinkel. He needed to solve her first riddle to receive an item. However, I'll give it to you, I'll just give it. Suddenly, Heinkel blurted out those words and handed Alan a jeweled box that had flown in from somewhere, even though he hadn't solved the riddle yet. Then, good enough, right? For someone who had appeared so majestic and arrogant under the moonlight, she was now acting like a frightened mouse, nervously glancing at Alan. I'm leaving. With that, she quickly turned around and scurried away, disappearing in a burst of blue magic. It was an unexpectedly undignified exit compared to her entrance. "Das Heinkel," Alan called out in confusion, but there was no response, as if she had no intention of returning. Holding the jewel box, Alan stood there with a puzzled expression and decided to cancel the spell he had prepared for potential emergencies. As soon as he undid the seal in his pocket, the magical power dissipated like dust. After standing there bewildered for a while, Alan finally regained his composure and opened the box she had given him. "It's here." Inside was the very item he had intended to get by solving the riddle. What's going on? Although it was supposed to be something he had to earn through solving the riddle, she simply handed it over and disappeared in a completely unexpected way. Thinking back to the moment, he recalled that she hadn't been looking directly at him but slightly behind him. Was she looking behind me? He glanced over his shoulder, but saw nothing but the library bathed in blue moonlight. In the end, Alan had obtained the item he wanted. He was glad to have gotten it so easily, but at the same time, a small doubt began to form in his mind. For the next few days, Alan attended the magical conference, listening to various presentations and satisfying his curiosity. The theories presented at the conference were quite helpful to Alan, who had been learning magic through self-study until then. In addition, the nighttime discussions with Leon about magic were a significant help in advancing his magical abilities. Unlike Alan, who had a deep understanding of mana control, she had a talent for constructing the magical frameworks needed to manifest magic itself. This gave Alan the confidence that he might soon be ready to attempt 4th rank magic. Of course, 4th rank magic required so much mana that it was difficult to use even once properly, so he didn't plan to attempt it immediately. Then, on the 4th day of Alan's stay at the magical conference, he heard the news. A foreign entity has appeared in the labyrinth of Lartania. Yes, I've heard that it caused mutations throughout the entire labyrinth. Alan learned about the appearance of the foreign entity in Lartania's labyrinth. How much time has passed since the foreign entity was discovered? It's uncertain, but it's believed to be about 5 days now. The Information Guild suspects that it's been around a week since it first appeared. How far is it to Lartania? It's not too far from here. It should take around 5 days. After hearing Evan's estimate, Alon thought for a moment, then quickly grabbed some paper and began writing a letter. It wasn't long before he finished, and as soon as the letter was ready, he said, "Send this to Lartania, and then I'm heading out immediately." Immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, he left the central magic tower and began preparations to travel to Lartania. After bidding farewell to Leon, who was disappointed he was leaving earlier than expected, and Pina, who seemed to give off a strange energy of disappointment despite her lively response when she heard he was leaving, Alon headed straight to Lartania. 5 days passed. Traveling nonstop by carriage, Alon finally arrived at the labyrinth city of Lartania. Wow, it's changed a lot since the last time I was here. It's even more fascinating now. Evan spoke with a tone of admiration, and indeed, Lartania was a much more impressive sight than any other territory Alon had passed through so far. The city walls, which defined the interior and exterior of the city, were not particularly tall, short enough that you could easily see the buildings inside. The majority of the buildings within the city were unexpectedly luxurious and unique, quite at odds with the image of a city of mercenaries and adventurers. It was as if architectural styles from all over the world had been gathered in one place. Because of that, the city didn't evoke a mystical feeling, but rather just seemed visually unusual. Wasn't the setting that people from across the continent, except the Empire, came together and built whatever buildings they wanted? Recalling Lartania's background, Alon entered the city. It feels uneasy here. Yeah. Just as Alon expected, the atmosphere in the city was somewhat chaotic. Rumors of the foreign entity emerging from the labyrinth had spread, and some mercenaries were already seen leaving the city. After navigating through Lartania by carriage and reaching his destination in the southern district, Alon soon arrived at a shop called Maerd, owned by Rhine. Upon arriving, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this really Maerd? Yes, it seems like the right place. Evan stammered in confusion. The reason was simple. The building was enormous. If you asked how big, well, compared to the surrounding 4- or 5-story buildings, they looked like mere toy houses in comparison. Isn't this supposed to be a shop? It should be, Evan replied. Alon, though maintaining a blank expression, was clearly taken aback as he looked at the building. It was so massive that it seemed more like a temple than a store. Seeing this, Evan spoke up. I had heard the shop was big, but honestly, I didn't expect it to be this big. Alon nodded in agreement. He had heard that the shop was doing extremely well, but he hadn't expected it to be this successful. To think a magical appraiser could hold so much power. Is this why she's managed to gain influence in Lartania? Alon found himself nodding unconsciously. He knew the universal truth from both the previous world and this one. Money could solve anything. That's one of the reasons I'm here to ask for a favor. Although his primary task was dealing with the foreign entity, Alon had come to see Rhine, the magical appraiser, because he needed to borrow her influence. Let's go inside, Alon said, and together with Evan, he began walking up toward the Maerd building. As they reached the massive front doors, "Do you have an appointment?" asked a person, who appeared to be a receptionist standing in front of the door. "Do we need one?" Alon asked. "If it's urgent, you can meet her right away by paying the fee." "A fee?" "Yes, if you wish to meet Lady Rhine without an appointment, it will cost 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. The price was enough to buy a mansion in one of the nearby territories, if not the capital of the Asterian kingdom. Alon, stunned, responded with disbelief. "And if I make an appointment now, How long would the wait be? If you make one now, let's see, about 10. 10. 10 months approximately. The staggering time frame made Alon feel dizzy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Could you at least deliver a message to her? Tell her that Count Palacio is here. You're so noisy. Get lost already. Before Alon could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted. A man who exuded an air of wealth, probably a noble, looked at him with disdain. Why is a penniless beggar loitering around? Behind the man were a group of mercenaries, and he spoke with such crude arrogance. It was as if he lacked any intelligence whatsoever. Alon's expression turned incredulous, but the man, paying him no mind, approached the receptionist and casually tossed a pouch of money in front of her. Open the door, the man said. The receptionist checked the pouch, nodded respectfully, and immediately began manipulating something. With a loud rumble, the massive doors started to open. Before stepping inside, the man glanced back at Alon and smirked, clearly trying to provoke him. His sneer was blatant. Pathetic beggar, he sneered. The man walked into the building, and as Alon watched, he also noticed the mercenaries following him, their faces filled with mockery. They were so openly showing their contempt without even knowing who Alon was that he couldn't help but frown. Soon, Alon realized who the man was. He's the son of the Lord of Lartania. Though he couldn't recall the name, he remembered the man's appearance from the illustrations in Psychedelia, a bloated figure with a sleazy mustache, the infamous son of the Labyrinth City's lord. In the game, he had acted like a scoundrel toward the player, but experiencing it in person was even more outrageous. Just as Alon was about to speak, "No need to go inside," a voice came from the now open doorway. Rhine emerged, her green eyes glowing as she walked out. "Oh, Rhine, you came all the way here for me." The scoundrel's face lit up with a bright smile as he approached her. "But get lost." Without hesitation, Rhine pushed the scoundrel's shoulder aside and cursed at him. She walked right past him and his mercenaries, heading outside. Ignoring the receptionist who had bowed her head in embarrassment, Rhine approached Alon. Unlike how she had treated the scoundrel, Rhine spoke to Alon with the utmost respect. "I've been expecting you, Godfather." She bowed her head politely, and everyone present stared at Count Palacio in disbelief. Chapter 53. The owner of Merde, known for her extraordinary magic appraisal skills in the Labyrinth City, and already serving as Rhine's secretary for over a year and a half, was her Serenia. She constantly felt exhausted. Objectively speaking, her duties were limited to receiving guests and managing reservations, so there wasn't any real reason for her to feel so worn out. However, it wasn't physical fatigue. Rather, it was severe mental exhaustion. To be more precise, it was due to the numerous troublesome clients. Of course, because Merde's status was quite high, there weren't many people who caused real trouble. Yet this didn't mean there weren't those who gnawed away at her mental peace. In fact, there were times when she thought dealing with the absolute worst troublemakers might have been better in some ways. Today had been a relatively peaceful day for Serenia, and she was feeling rather good, at least until a man who looked like a noble entered with a knight. In truth, this man wasn't particularly troublesome. Like many others, he boasted about how he knew Rhine, but that was nothing she hadn't heard hundreds of times before, so it didn't even qualify as annoying anymore. The reason her mood suddenly plummeted was because of the person who entered right after him. Or rather, what entered. The man, no noble, who followed him was the real reason for her mood swing. Even Serenia, with her solid capitalistic smile, couldn't help but feel her expression falter when facing him. He's back again. Laval de Greystone, the son of Lucimore Greystone, the current lord of Labyrinth City Lartania, and a well-known piece of human garbage throughout the city. Despite the fact that all of his power came from his father, He wielded it as if it were his own and acted as though no one ranked higher than him except his father, a spoiled brat ignorant of the ways of the world. He threw money arrogantly, showing no regard for the noble who had entered before him, insulting him without hesitation. Serenia almost frowned but barely managed to hold it in. After all, she had no right to frown. No matter how troublesome the person was, he was still the Lord's only son in the labyrinth city. Even the master of Maerd, whom Serenia served, had to bow down to Lavalda, so Serenia quietly opened the door. But what happened next left her in stunned silence. Rhine, who had always maintained a smiling face despite the annoying provocations of the trashy Lord's son, suddenly said, "Get lost." It wasn't just the fact that Rhine had lightly tapped Lavalda's shoulder, as if her previous attitude toward him had been a lie, that shocked her. What shocked her even more was what followed. "I've been waiting for you, Godfather." Rhine bowed her head respectfully to the man Serenia had thought was just another ordinary guest. What's going on?" Serenia, confused, wondered if she was dreaming. After all, Serenia had observed Rhine for nearly 2 years and knew this. Even when the Lord of the Labyrinth City came, even when high-ranking nobles from other countries arrived, even when the Prince of the Ashtalon Kingdom visited, Rhine had never bowed her head to anyone. That's why Serenia, unconsciously lowering her smile and leaving her mouth agape, soon saw the mercenaries and Lavalda doing the same. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "What did you just say to me?" Lavalda, who had been frozen as if his brain had short-circuited, finally processed Rhine's words. His once dazed expression now contorted into clear displeasure. However, Rhine responded without hesitation, "I believe I told you to get lost." Rhine spoke so naturally that Serenia's expression now turned to one of utter shock. The reason for this remark was clear to anyone watching. It was an outright declaration of hostility towards Lavalda. Lavalda let out a disbelieving scoff before his face twisted into a demonic expression. "I don't know what's so important about that penniless noble, but I'll make sure you regret turning your back on me." With those words, he turned and stormed out of Maerd. Shortly after, Lavalda Greystone, the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, left with a demonic look on his face, one that hinted he could do anything. Alan finally had the chance to speak properly with Rhine. "I received your letter. It must have been a hard trip, Godfather." "And you too, Uncle," Rhine said, speaking in a calm voice in contrast to Deus, who remained silent as if silence were golden, and Sialrang, who talked too much. Alan, who had been watching her, nodded slightly and asked, "But is this really okay?" "What exactly are you referring to?" she replied. "Lavalda," Alan answered, bringing up the name of the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, which had only just come back to him. Alan was aware of the immense power the Lord of this Labyrinth City, Lartania, held. He also knew that the Lord often shielded his son, so he was concerned that Lavalda might cause trouble for Rhine, who had settled here in Lartania. "Oh, if that's what you're worried about, you don't need to be concerned," Rhine responded. "Really? But he's the Lord's son. It seems like he might cause trouble for you." "He probably won't show up again. Besides, I didn't expect you to know that rascal." Alan paused for a moment at Rhine's words but replied naturally, "He's well known in Lartania for his looks and his attitude." "Is that so? In any case, as I said before, there's no need to worry." Although her voice was flat and emotionless, unlike the others he had met, there was a distinct sense of confidence in her words. "Well, if you're sure about that." Alan nodded briefly before engaging in a casual conversation with Rhine. Naturally, there wasn't much substance to their conversation. They exchanged pleasantries about how her work in Lartania had been going, whether she still kept in touch with the kids from the orphanage, and other simple matters. However, as they continued with this light talk, Alan couldn't help but feel unusually good. It might have seemed a bit amusing, but he felt that Rhine had grown up well. Not that Deus or Sialring hadn't matured, but there was something about Rhine that gave him the impression of a diligent daughter, even though he hadn't paid much attention to her before. Because of this, Alon found himself feeling oddly proud of her, enjoying their conversation in good spirits. After some time passed and their small talk came to a close, Alon brought up the main reason for his visit. "The truth is, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask." "Feel free to ask." "Is there by any chance a subjugation force being formed against the outer god?" At Alon's question, Rhine thought for a moment before responding. Yes, I believe a subjugation force is being formed right now." "Would you be able to help me join that subjugation force?" The reason Alon had sought out Rhine, who held significant influence in Labyrinth City as soon as he arrived, was so that he could join the subjugation force against the outer god. It was difficult to join without being somewhat famous within Lartania. Of course, given his reputation from outside the city, he might have been able to join on his own, but he wanted to be absolutely sure, which is why he sought her out. After what happened earlier, it might be a bit difficult now. "Of course, it might be a little difficult," Alon started, recalling Lavalda's behavior and realizing that relying on Rhine's help might indeed be challenging. But then Rhine spoke up. "That should be doable." Really?" Alon asked, a bit surprised. "Yes. But didn't things get a little tense between you and the Lord's son earlier?" Alon hesitated to say that the situation seemed more than just tense, but he looked at her, waiting for her response. "Don't worry about it. It's not something I can't handle. Besides, is he really that much of a concern to you?" she asked. "Are you talking about Lavalda?" "Yes." "Well, he is the Lord's precious son, so I thought he might cause you some trouble," Alon replied. Rhine nodded slightly before responding. "In any case, you don't need to worry about that." All right, I'll leave it to you then." Despite her blunt manner of speaking, her words carried a strong sense of reassurance, which made Alon feel oddly proud again. After a bit more conversation, Alon suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, why do you call me Godfather?" "Excuse me." "Well, Deus and Sialring refer to me as their benefactor or master, but why do you call me Godfather? I was just curious." Rhine paused for a moment, thinking before replying, because Godfather seemed like the most fitting word. "Is that so?" "Yes." After a brief silence, Rhine added, "For now, you should rest. You must be tired from the long journey." With that, Rhine assigned rooms for Alon and Evan within Maerd, and then disappeared somewhere. As soon as she left, Evan, who had been waiting, spoke up. "Wow, she's really matured, hasn't she?" "Has she?" Alon asked. "Yes, she's still a bit blunt, but she's always been like that. But aside from that, out of all the kids we've met, I think she's grown up the most." Alon nodded in agreement. Indeed, she feels like she grew up in the most textbook manner. Rhine had mentioned she would inform them of further plans, and since not much time had passed since they had gone north, Alon decided it would be best to rest and review their plans. With that in mind, he headed to the room Rhine had provided. By the time he entered, it was already late in the evening. The next day, having barely rested after rushing to Lartania by carriage, Alon awoke feeling groggy, even though he had slept for quite a while. Noticing that the sun had risen, he slowly got out of bed, dressed, and left his room. He soon met Rhine, who was having lunch with Serenia, her secretary, guiding him there. "And then, I've taken care of the matter you mentioned yesterday," Rhine said. "So quickly?" "Yes, there's a regular meeting today, so you can attend it." Alon was briefly taken aback by how efficiently Rhine had handled things. But before he could dwell on it, she continued. "Oh, and about Laval de Greystone, the matter has been taken care of as well. I killed him cleanly, so you won't have to worry about him anymore." She said it so casually, as if commenting on the weather, all while taking a bite of her sausage. Her tone sounded like she was saying, "The sun is shining brightly today," despite delivering such shocking news. Alon, who had almost responded nonchalantly, suddenly stopped. "A what?" Staring at her, his mind filled with countless question marks. Chapter 54. Laval de Greystone was indeed a character whose very existence was harmful. Among the many characters you could encounter while playing Psychedelia, he was one of the most notorious scoundrels ever created. The massacre at the 30th level mercenary camp, the Monster Abyss absorption incident, the Chimera biological experiments, nearly every malicious side story that took place in Lartania during the game happened because of him. In other words, considering Lartania's future, it was certainly better for the city if he didn't exist rather than simply being alive. However, Laval de Greystone remained alive because he was the son of the Lord of the Labyrinth City. The position of being the Lord's son within the city meant he wielded virtually unlimited power. It essentially allowed him to reign like a king within the city. In short, by killing Lavalda, Rhine had, in effect, committed regicide, which made Alon, who was in disbelief, question in a daze. "Yes, you killed him." Laval de Greystone. "Yes," Rhine answered as casually as if she were discussing what she had for breakfast, and Alon felt dizzy from the reply. "Truly." "Yes, Godfather, was there an issue?" "Why did you kill him?" "Well, because you said he was an inconvenience." Alon and Rhine exchanged confused looks. "Still, isn't killing him a bit much?" "But if he were alive, wouldn't he continue to bother you, Godfather?" Talking with Rhine, Alon suddenly realized one important fact. Ah, right, she's one of the 5 great sins. Though he had momentarily forgotten, because of her image as a daughter who had grown up well without needing much care, Alon remembered that Rhine was destined to become one of the seeds of the 5 great sins in the future. Without realizing it, cold sweat trickled down his back. But before that, how on earth did she manage to kill him? Laval de Greystone himself wasn't all that strong. However, the mercenaries that followed him everywhere were, as far as Alon knew, not the kind of people that could easily be taken down. They were mercenaries of at least a rank caliber. That's why Alon found it puzzling that Rhine, who wasn't a fighter but simply someone who worked as an appraiser, managed to deal with them. As Alon wore a perplexed expression, Rhine cautiously spoke up. "Was there a problem?" Perhaps due to his repeated questioning, Rhine now seemed to be wondering if she had unknowingly made a mistake, her expression turning slightly dejected. "Not so much a problem, more like, is it really all right?" "Which part?" "Mostly concerning your personal safety." "If it's about that, you don't need to worry, Godfather." "Is that so?" "Yes, I made sure to disguise myself as someone else." Although her expression remained neutral, Rhine nodded confidently. Watching her, Alon couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd seen in an old community. So this is what they mean by having a different mindset. Clearing his throat, Alon spoke again. "Anyway, thanks for your concern. Don't feel too down about it." "I'm not feeling down, Godfather." She looked a bit dejected just a moment ago, though. "I'm really not." How can she commit regicide so easily and yet be embarrassed about something like this? Alon looked at Rhine with a mixture of amazement and fascination as he continued speaking. "Anyway, try to avoid putting yourself in danger if you can." "Why, Godfather?" "Well, all sorts of problems could arise. First, you could be put in danger, and all the hard work you've put in could come crumbling down in an instant, right?" Rhine made a puzzled expression at Alon's words, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Though it shouldn't have been a difficult statement, she tilted her head slightly, as if she couldn't quite grasp his meaning. After thinking seriously for a moment, she suddenly said, "Ah," as if she had realized something and gave a small nod. "Don't worry too much, Godfather. I understand my duties well," she added before resuming her meal. Alan was left a little dumbfounded as he watched her. Even though they were having a conversation, it felt as if something was slightly off. However, continuing the conversation didn't seem like a good option, so Alan closed his mouth. After all, regardless of everything, she had dealt with Lavalda for his sake. A bit no, actually far too excessive, but still, she had acted on his behalf, so Alan decided not to press the matter further. But no matter how much she considers me her godfather, was this really necessary? As Alan absent-mindedly ate his sausage, pondering such thoughts, Rhine suddenly spoke up. "Oh, I've been wanting to show you the eye of the tracker, Godfather. Would you come with me?" "The eye of the tracker?" "Yes." Alan nodded at Rhine's words, and soon after finishing their meal, he followed her into a room. Inside, Alan saw it, a golden eye floating in the small room. It was surrounded by a halo of blue light, and anyone who saw it could immediately tell it was no ordinary object. As Alan stared at it, Rhine's earlier words came to mind. She had said she would show him the eye of the tracker. This is the eye of the tracker. Alan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Originally, the eye of the tracker that Alan had given Rhine was just an artifact, a round sphere with a small eye-shaped jewel embedded in it. Its effect was simply to appraise artifacts from lower levels with a bit more detail. In other words, it wasn't a particularly remarkable item. Even in the settings of the artifact itself, there was no special description, much like the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Thus, Alan had never imagined that the eye of the tracker could be hiding such a secret. "The engravings are gathering smoothly," Rhine said. It didn't take long for Alan to deduce that this eye of the tracker could enhance certain relics by engraving them, but he didn't bother to confirm it. He had already realized why Rhine had shown him such favor. Was it because of this? The reason Rhine's company, Merd, had gained widespread fame was because of her ability to create engravings. It turned out that her success was, to some extent, due to the eye of the tracker, so it was only natural for her to feel gratitude toward Alan. Of course, Alan had never imagined the eye had such a function. Still, given that Rhine was feeling grateful to him, it would have been awkward if Alan remained oblivious to this fact. "I see. You're using it well," Alan said, nodding as if he had known all along about the true nature of the eye of the tracker. "Yes, although the engravings have slowed down a bit after 400, they're still gathering. I think I'll have them all within a few years." "I see." Alan felt a growing curiosity about what exactly was being gathered, but he didn't ask, fearing it might raise suspicion in Rhine. So he just nodded slightly, and a bit of time passed once more. "Then let's head there right away, Godfather," Rhine said. Alan, along with Evan, followed Rhine to the location of the regular meeting. Alan had two reasons for wanting to participate in the extermination of the outer god. The first was because it was clear that the current mercenaries alone would never be able to defeat the outer god. Of course, the mercenaries gathered from the 5 major guilds to defeat the outer god possessed superhuman strength, like Baba Yaga or the Master Knights. However, Alan knew that even that wouldn't be enough to take down the outer god. The second reason was that, in order to exterminate the outer god, Alan absolutely needed the strength of powerful mercenaries who would follow his commands. This was why he was determined to join the outer god extermination squad. However, the problem was, "You're bringing this weak-looking guy along." "Huh, he looks like someone who just rides on his reputation. Are you here to tag along and take credit?" The mercenaries didn't seem like they would follow Alan's orders at all. In the meeting room where Alan had entered, 4 men and women were glaring at him with extremely displeased expressions. Maverick, the guild master of the Terranomid Guild, clicked his tongue, looking irritated as he fiddled with his sword. Hymen, the guild master of the Arcadia Guild, lifted his pointed hat with a sneer and spoke with blatant disdain. Mayan, a beast-woman and the guild master of the ancient trackers, spun a dagger on the table in front of her, letting out a derisive laugh with her slitted, feline eyes. And among them, the strongest of the mercenary guild leaders, Argonia, the guild master of the Calamadra Guild, and a half-dragon with a dragon ancestor that had disappeared long ago, simply stared at him in silence. Naturally, her gaze wasn't particularly welcoming either. "I expected some hostility, but this is worse than I thought." As soon as he entered the meeting room, Alan quickly assessed the situation and noted the overt hostility and mocking glares from the guild leaders. He had somewhat anticipated this scenario. The people present were powerful enough to gauge Alan's magical abilities, and more importantly, they were all mercenaries. Mercenaries who prioritized strength above all else. Alan knew that if he wanted to have a conversation with them, let alone gain any respect, he first had to avoid being dismissed and earn their acknowledgement. "Noble lord, I've heard rumors that you've been poking your nose into places you don't belong, but seeing you in person, you don't seem like someone worth talking to. Why don't you just leave?" Huh. Without hesitation, Alan raised his left hand, which was clad in his gauntlet, and formed a seal. At that moment, crackle! With no warning, the once ordinary meeting room was filled with ice. Mayan, who was about to rise in surprise at the sudden event, was caught off guard. Concentration. As soon as Alan spoke, the surrounding atmosphere and magical energy gathered around Mayan. Freeze! At his next word, the air and magic that had gathered around Mayan reacted instantly, forming frost. It quickly multiplied and crackle, encased her in ice. Mayan, bewildered and unaware of how she had been attacked, was frozen solid inside the ice. There was no particular reason for freezing her. According to the settings Alan knew, Mayan was the weakest in terms of combat power among the mercenaries present, unable to reach the level of a superhuman. That's why she couldn't react to the sudden attack and ended up frozen. After briefly glancing at the immobilized Mayan, Alan calmly walked past the mercenaries who had rushed into the room, realizing something was wrong. Step, step. Not too fast, but not too slow either. He moved at a steady pace, as if nothing had happened. He soon sat down in a chair opposite Argonia and, "I think now we're at a level where we can talk." Crossed his legs. "What do you think?" A heavy silence descended upon the meeting room. Chapter 55. Silence falls in the meeting room. The mercenaries who entered late all wore tense expressions, and Maverick, Hymen, and Argonia, who were seated, looked at Alan in the same way. Yet, even in that moment when everyone's gaze focused on him, Alan's expression remained calm. To be precise, only his outward appearance seemed calm. Did I miscalculate? Behind his expressionless face, Alan thought nervously as sweat beaded on his skin. Should I have used a different method? No, there wouldn't have been another impactful way. Freezing Mayan was only possible because I caught her off guard. While staring intently at Argonia, Alan also kept Mayan, visible from the corner of his eye, in mind. She's still frozen. He had used all of his magic power, casting ice magic 5 times with his enchanted armor, so Mayan remained in that frozen state. He hoped the conversation would move forward before the magic broke. Knowing Mayan's personality, Alan was certain she would go on a rampage as soon as she was freed from the magic, and with growing anxiety, he looked at Argonia. If Argonia, the strongest among those present, acknowledged Alan, there would be no further conflict. Besides, the reason Alan had confidently cast the spell was that he trusted Argonia. Through the game, Alan had seen several times that Argonia would coolly assess situations and make rational decisions rather than stubbornly holding onto unnecessary pride. Specifically, it was because a situation in a particular quest was very similar to the current one, and each time, Argonia had reacted the same way. In the silence, Alan wanted to open his mouth and prompt a response, but he held back. Since he had already cast the spell, it didn't matter what he said now. From this point, it was up to the mercenaries to make their judgment, and to earn their approval, he needed to maintain his composure. A short while later. "So you're challenging us?" The silence was broken by Maverick's voice, his expression twisted in displeasure. Seeing Maverick almost ready to draw his sword, upset by the sudden attack, Alan thought, "I'm done for." But, "Stop." To Alan's immense relief, just as Maverick was about to draw his sword, Argonia intervened. "What, are you telling me to just let this go after what happened? We were the ones who ignored him." "Even so. I told you to stop, did I?" Argonia's expression slightly darkened. Maverick glared at Argonia, clearly displeased. Edge. Eventually, Maverick clicked his tongue and sat back down as if he had no other choice. Hymen also remained silent, indicating that he had no objection to Argonia's decision. Seeing the situation settle, Alan breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up again. "When do you plan to descend into the labyrinth?" "We plan to descend in 2 days," Argonia replied politely. For a moment, Alan wondered, was Argonia always the kind of character to speak so politely to someone? But he continued. "Then let's continue the meeting tomorrow. With one person like this, we can't really hold a meeting anyway." Alan subtly shifted his gaze to Mayan. Once the freezing spell ended, the magic would be undone in an instant, and Mayan would certainly throw a tantrum. For now, Alan decided to make his exit. "Let's do that." As Argonia accepted, Alan stood up without hesitation, turned around and passed by the mercenaries. Creak. He exited the meeting room. With that, silence filled the room. And then, "This is bad for my heart. I swear I'm never doing anything like this again." Finally outside, Alan clutched his pounding heart, let out a small breath and hurriedly left the mansion. Shortly after Alan left the meeting room, Maverick, after sending the soldiers away, spoke with an irritated expression. I really don't like that guy, no matter how I think about it. Is it because he's a noble and never got smacked around?" It was obvious to anyone that his words were directed at Alan. However, "Shut up, would you?" "What?" "I said shut up." "Did you just say?" Maverick, who had been glaring silently at Hymen, furrowed his brow. The two never got along. Seriously, why is this guy still acting up after being spared?" "What?" "Don't you get it? Argonia spared you, you idiot." At those words, Maverick, who seemed not to understand, made a displeased face. "Stop, Maverick, Hymen's right." "What did you say?" "If you had drawn your sword earlier, you might have really died." "What? How does that even?" When Argonia added his words, Maverick, who had been scowling, fell silent. He had been too irritated earlier to notice his surroundings properly, but now he saw it. The beads of sweat trickling down Argonia's body. "What the hell?" Maverick cursed under his breath, startled. He had never seen Argonia sweat like that before. Even Hymen, whom Maverick grudgingly acknowledged as stronger than himself, was also sweating. Maverick couldn't help but stay quiet. Argonia. What is it? What was that, anyway? Hymen, aware that Argonia had lived for hundreds of years, asked, hoping he might know something. Argonia remained silent. In truth, he had a vague idea. But that knowledge wasn't his own. It came from the Red Dragon, his mother, who had long since disappeared from this world. He recalled the warning from his mother, who had claimed there was nothing in this world to fear, except one thing. Long ago. Remember this. If ever a black eye appears in the night sky, avert your gaze immediately and do not look at it. If you do happen to see it, turn away. Do not acknowledge it. Do not remember it. If you grow to be a powerful mage someday, erase that memory from your mind. Remember this, my beloved child. Never, ever look directly at the one who consumes boundaries. Recalling his mother's words, Argonia thought back to the earlier moment. The blue eye that had appeared behind Count Palacio. An eye that felt endlessly ominous. Just gazing at it made one feel as if their soul was being sucked out. Creep Tilda. The black eye that had glared at him with a sly smile. Who is that man, really? Argonia swallowed his breath quietly. The next day, contrary to Alon's worries that they might still refuse to accept his plans and continue to argue, the meeting proceeded smoothly, and Alon realized two things. The first was that the otherworldly being was on the 12th floor. The second was that they intended to block it on the 5th floor. As soon as he heard this, Alon immediately explained his prearranged plan in detail, and also briefed them on the information he had gathered about the otherworldly being. That took about 30 minutes. Alon, who had even shared the knowledge of the otherworldly being, disguised as information from an ancient book, watched the gathered mercenaries with slight tension, wondering if they would object. In the end, we'll have to compromise, right? The strategy Alon had laid out was one he was confident in, a plan to capture the otherworldly being with minimal damage. But that was only his own thinking. He knew full well that the mercenaries weren't under his command. He couldn't order them to follow the strategy, only suggest it. That's why he was so nervous. Let's go with that. I agree. No objections. Me neither. Without a single complaint, the plan was instantly accepted, and Alon stood there bewildered. Really, no one had any issues? He asked again just to make sure. None. Me neither. Same here. Me too. Hearing the four of them respond with no objections, Alon couldn't help but think to himself. Was yesterday's impact really that strong? Alon shook his head slightly. Even though the events of yesterday were impactful, there was no way it was enough to make Argonia and the mercenaries of the 5 great guilds this obedient. Which led him to wonder, could it be? Alon glanced over at Rhine, who had accompanied them to today's meeting. But Rhine, with her usual indifferent expression, still showed a clear hint of confusion, which made Alon even more puzzled by the situation. Something feels off. The mercenaries were much more obedient than they had been in the game, even going so far as to use polite language, and Alon tilted his head in bewilderment. Even Mayan, who should have still harbored some resentment after being frozen by Alon, remained quiet, which was strange. But it would have been odd for Alon to directly ask why there were no complaints. Then let's head down tomorrow. It'll take some time to prepare. With that, Alon wrapped up the meeting. And so, the day of the decisive battle arrived. Leaving Evan behind, Alon set off with Rhine, who insisted on accompanying him, and the Outer God subjugation team heading toward the 5th floor. It's much more oppressive. Even though Alon had seen the labyrinth dozens of times in the game, the real thing was far more ominous. In the darkness, where nothing could be seen without torches, monsters would leap out at any moment. The deep, abyss-like darkness that the light couldn't reach naturally stirred fear in people's hearts. Of course, because of the number of mercenaries, the area around Alan was relatively bright, but the darkness didn't completely vanish. I should never come here alone. With that thought, Alan continued descending into the labyrinth, and after some time passed, when they had gone beyond the second floor, a break was given. Resting in the safe zone that the mercenaries had created inside the labyrinth, Alan heard a voice. "Hey, do you have a minute?" It was Mayan, who had approached him without him noticing. "Why?" Alan, a bit tense, thought she might be looking to pick a fight. "I just wanted to talk, that's all." But surprisingly, Mayan sat next to him with a light smile, almost making Alan feel foolish for being so cautious, and she started chatting casually. Alan, who listened in bewilderment, soon heard Mayan ask, "By the way, does the Count have any aversion to beast folk?" "No, not really." "That's a relief." "Why is that a relief?" Alan, puzzled by her answer, gave her a questioning look. "Hey, Count, by any chance?" With a sly smile, Mayan continued, "Do you have any interest in mating with me?" She casually dropped an outrageous remark. Alan's brain momentarily shut down. Chapter 56. Alan knew quite a bit more about a character named Mayan than the other mercenaries. This was because Mayan was a companion character that could be recruited into the protagonist's party in Psychedelia after clearing a certain level of the labyrinth. In the early stages of the game, many players frequently recruited her, even at a low level, as she would join the party at a much higher level. Alan, having played through several personal events with her, couldn't help but know her well. However, despite this familiarity, Mayan's suggestion caught him completely off guard, and Alan maintained his silence. "Got something on your mind?" Mayan smiled subtly. Alan, who was staring at her face, which remained radiant despite the scars, slowly asked back, "Suddenly." "Suddenly, this is already our third time meeting." Mayan, her cat-like ears twitching, continued, "By now, we've figured each other out, haven't we? I know you're strong." Alan let out a small sigh at her words, finally breaking free from his halted thoughts. He could now guess why she was making such a proposal. He remembered that Mayan's tribe had a tradition of revering the strong. Though it was a distant memory and not entirely clear, he recalled that her tribe held a strong sense of admiration for those more powerful than themselves. Worshipping strength, they feel a profound attraction to those stronger than them. Alan looked at the numerous scars scattered across Mayan's body, almost like the marks of her tribe, and spoke, "Sorry, but I have to decline." "Huh." Mayan's expression showed slight disappointment at his words. However, it wasn't long before she let out a sigh, as if it were unbelievable that she had been showing such a face just moments before. "Well, nothing I can do about it then. I was really thrilled when I got overpowered in one move." Her tone was full of disappointment, but her expression resembled that of a saleswoman who had just failed to close a deal. Watching her, Alan thought to himself again, "I knew that the way beast folk and humans think is clearly different, but this part is really something else." As Alan was thinking, Mayan spoke up again. "Well, still, let me know if you change your mind. I'm pretty charming, you know." Like a persistent salesperson, she said her piece and left. As Alan stared blankly at her retreating figure, he suddenly heard Ryan's voice, who had been silent until now. "Shall I take care of it, sir?" No need for that." "She spoke rudely to you, sir." Ryan, who hadn't taken her eyes off Mayan as she walked away, uttered this chilling statement. Alan pressed his lips together tightly. "No, you're not thinking of killing her just because of a few words, right?" Alan, realizing that there was someone even more unusual than Mayan nearby, quickly responded, "There's no need for that. She didn't actually cause any harm." "Yes, sir." Rhine nodded immediately and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Alan felt a strange sensation. Something feels off. He tilted his head, feeling that the way Rhine treated him was a bit too excessive compared to how others, like Deus and Sialrang, treated him. Just then, "Break over, everyone move out." Argonia's sharp voice announced the end of their rest, and Alan, halting his thoughts, got up and started walking into the darkness once more. About a day passed. The expedition to exterminate the foreign invader had spent a night in the labyrinth, a place akin to the abyss, and continued to move forward. They had now reached the fourth layer. As expected, it's really different from the game. Alan clicked his tongue as they had only reached the fourth layer despite traveling for more than an entire day. Considering the large group's slow pace and inability to take shortcuts, the reality of traversing the labyrinth was starkly different from the game. In the game, simply defeating certain monsters would naturally lead to the next level, but here, in the depths of the abyss, monsters appeared relentlessly, and just dealing with them had taken more than a day. Alan once again made up his mind never to enter the labyrinth again as he looked around. The mercenaries, who had ventured into the labyrinth several times before, were familiar with the abyss-like darkness, even making occasional jokes. But for Alan, this place had already become somewhere he never wanted to return to. There is a good item for wizards around the 40th floor of the labyrinth, though. For a moment, he recalled some information from the game, but soon shook his head, deciding to give up on the item altogether. It had taken over a day just to descend to the 5th floor, so what about reaching the 40th? It was easy to realize that it would take an incredibly long time. After some time passed, a voice came from ahead. "We're almost at the 5th floor." Alan, who had been walking absent-mindedly, turned his gaze toward the mercenary's voice and saw a door in the distance, glowing as if it were the exit of the labyrinth. Not long after, they finally arrived at the 5th floor. "The 5th floor, huh?" Alan muttered expressionlessly. But that was just his exterior. Inside, he was genuinely surprised. He could see the sky as if they were no longer inside the labyrinth. And it wasn't just any sky, it was a bright, clear sky. Looking at the blue grasslands and the crumbling ruins scattered below, Alan thought to himself, "This is completely different from what I saw in the game." Although the scenery was similar to what he had seen in the game, the feeling upon reaching this place was somehow different. In the game, the 5th floor had been more like a save point for resting, but here, it was truly peaceful. Alan felt a brief moment of calm, as if the heavy burden on his heart was being lifted. However, it didn't last long. "All right, take a short break and then start preparing immediately." Argonia's voice reminded Alan of their purpose, and he slowly began reviewing their plan. "Let's hope the operation proceeds according to plan." Right after the Outer God Extermination Squad arrived at the 5th floor, the mercenaries, who had taken a brief rest, soon got up and began preparations in earnest, just as Alan had instructed. And then, click. Watching their precise movements, Maverick clicked his tongue and shifted his gaze. He looked at Alan. To be honest, Maverick still didn't like him very much. No matter how he looked at it, Alan didn't seem particularly strong. What's so great about a guy who's already panting just from walking through the labyrinth? Maverick recalled the conversation Argonia and Hymen had a few days ago. No, to be more accurate, he recalled their expressions at the time. They had all been drenched in cold sweat, silently holding their breath. What on earth did they see? Maverick had looked at Alan several times but still couldn't find anything special about him, so he turned away, his face showing clear confusion. And then, hug. At that moment, he felt something strange, something so trivial, but mixed with a sense of déjà vu. As Maverick pondered what it might be, he turned his gaze once more and realized what was causing the déjà vu. It was the noise. The bustling noise his subordinates had been making as they prepared Alon's plan. None of it could be heard. It was as if time had stopped. Sensing something was wrong, Maverick looked at the mercenaries and soon identified the source of his unsettling feeling. It was the mercenaries. Just moments ago, they had been chatting and joking as they carried out their tasks, but now they were all frozen. As if they were dolls. They had stopped in the exact positions they were in while preparing for the plan. Motionless. As Maverick, feeling increasingly uneasy, tried to speak, the mercenaries' bodies began to collapse. Like slow motion. Starting from their legs like pillars, the mercenaries' bodies slumped diagonally to the ground. Splash! Red bloodstains soaked the ruins and the green plains. And then, Maverick, his eyes wide open in shock at the sudden turn of events, saw it. Standing so nonchalantly before the fallen mercenaries was a goblin. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he locked eyes with the goblin, who was emotionlessly staring back at him. In that moment, he realized several things. The goblin in front of him had killed his subordinates. The goblin in front of him was the foreign entity that this expedition was supposed to exterminate, and that he needed to draw his sword immediately. However, despite being aware of all of this, he couldn't take any action. He couldn't scream out in rage. He couldn't draw his sword. He couldn't even call for reinforcements. He couldn't do anything. Even though the figure before him was a goblin, one of the thousands he had slain before. Instinctively, he knew that this was no ordinary goblin. The gaze of the goblin, or rather, it met Maverick's. In an instant, Maverick understood the emotion in that gaze. It was one of boundless boredom and arrogance. It was filled with ennui, as though indifferent to everything happening. And there was arrogance, as though looking down on everything from above. At the end of those emotions, who gave you permission to meet my eyes? It pronounced its judgment. A finger was raised. Slowly, but surely. It pointed directly at Maverick, as if marking his approaching death with precision. And then, just as Maverick, overcome with terror, closed his eyes as he saw the finger begin to move. Freeze! A cold, emotionless voice echoed. Crack, crack, crack. The earth froze over. Ice crystals, spreading like greedy fingers, surged over the grass in waves, freezing everything in their path. Crystal! Crack, crunch, tilde. A chilling sound, like something being squeezed and crushed, reverberated through the air. Get a grip. Hearing that voice, Maverick opened his eyes and saw a man standing with his back to him, wearing a black coat fluttering in the freezing wind. From his left hand, a pale gray magical energy flowed like smoke. Before him, the goblin, or rather, it was trapped within a crescent-shaped ice crystal, its eyebrows slightly twitching as it faced off against the man. It was Count Palacio. Maverick, as if entranced, could only stare blankly at that back. Chapter 57. Alon discreetly lowered his gaze, looking at something frozen in the shape of a crescent moon. Then he turned his attention to Maverick and spoke. I told you, pull yourself together. As Alon confirmed that Maverick, who had hastily stood up, was now belatedly gathering himself, he turned his gaze toward it. No, the exile. The exile, clad in the black robes of the eastern wind, had just moments ago been staring at Alon with eyes full of indifference and arrogance. Why did things go wrong? Alan glanced at the exile, his expression tense. According to the report, the exile was supposed to reach the fifth layer not now, but 3 days later. Even that was assuming the exile moved at a rapid pace. Originally, it was thought that it would take more than 5 days for the exile to descend to this place. That was how it should have been. Yet now, the exile had reached the fifth layer. Unknowingly, Alan's hand trembled slightly. The exile standing before him had taken the form of a goblin. With ears far too large to be human, green skin, and a hooked nose, it was clear that this was indeed a goblin. However, no one, including Alan, thought of this being as merely a goblin. Those like Argonia and Hymen, who had gained eyes to see the truth of the world. Even mercenaries who did not possess such eyes. Everyone here knew that this was not something to be understood by its mere appearance. Its naturally overwhelming presence was enough to dominate the space itself. Alan was no exception to this realization, and then, "Who?" It spoke. The arrogance in its eyes had not faded. However, the boredom that once filled them was now replaced by curiosity, which brought a smile to its face. "You're doing something amusing, insect." Its raised index finger slowly curled in, rubbing its chin. Watching this, Alan quietly spoke. "Kyla's." Because it was a lowly creature, it sought knowledge. Because it was a lowly creature, it reached the end of its search and awakened to the law, ascending to the rank of a god. The king of all gluttons. When Alan called out the name of Kyla's, the curiosity in its eyes deepened. "You even know my name, impressive." Kyla's brushed back his hair, now wearing a pleasant smile unlike before. "Very well. I'm in a good mood right now, and it seems that the others are as well. I'll show a bit of mercy. Leave and I'll let you live." A proposal. But Alan, "Prepare for battle." He gave his answer by commanding the extermination squad. "Tusk, I was going to let you live because you seemed like an amusing insect." Hearing this, Kylas looked at him as if gazing upon a fool. "If you insist on drinking the punishment brew, then so be it, insect." He raised his hand forward once again. "Prepare for battle." Argonia's voice, shaking off the fear, signaled the start of the fight. From the moment the exile reached the fifth layer, Alan's original plan had already become utterly useless due to the unexpected twist. His plan was one that required a full day of dedication to execute. However, that didn't mean he had given up on the exile's extermination. No matter how much the plan had gone awry, he still believed that they could sufficiently take down the opponent. There were two main reasons for this. One was that Kylas, unlike Ultholtus, had not yet fully progressed to the level of a sage god as Alan had predicted. The other reason was that, unlike during the battle with Ultholtus, the mercenaries were now somewhat prepared for the exile. Magic shot out from Kylas's hand in an instant, directed toward Alan and the mercenaries. But, crash! With a sound of something breaking, Kylas's invisible slash was blocked by the sword Argonia held. "A dispel sword, is it? How amusing, you've brought something interesting." In Argonia's hand was a sword that could cut through magic, one of fewer than 100 on the continent, the dispel sword. Though it could not cut through people, the sword, made solely to sever magic, was enough to slice through Kylas's spells, as he had not yet fully reached the level of a sage god. Boom! With newfound confidence, Argonia kicked off the ground and charged toward Kylas, signaling the true start of the battle. Likewise, Maverick, equipped with a dispel sword based on Alan's advice, joined the fight, while Mayan quickly used the surroundings to start firing arrows. 3 versus 1. Numerically, it was a fight where they had overwhelming superiority. Thanks to Alan, The mercenaries already knew most of the types of magic Kylas would use, making them formidable opponents who put pressure on him. However, even with the cooperation of the 4 mercenaries, and the fact that all his spells had been neutralized, Kylas seemed to find the situation quite amusing, as a twisted smile crept onto his lips. Then, gathering his index and middle fingers, he formed a seal and lightly raised his hand. And, with that, as if the previous piece had been a lie, monsters began to spring forth from the ground. The 5th layer quickly descended into chaos. Of course, Alan was not idle either. Who? Alan exhaled white breath and uttered a word. Ice and snow, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. As he formed a seal, frost began to gather in front of him. Watching this, Alan thought to himself, I need to end this as quickly as possible. Though the battle between Kylas and the mercenaries was holding steady, Alan knew it wouldn't last much longer. He could see it. The dispel swords that Argonia and Maverick wielded, though they had blocked a few spells, were slowly starting to crack. Hyman's expression was growing darker by the second. Shape Chinese letter. As he uttered another incantation, frost rose around Alan. Then, glory of the snowy mountains. A round sphere formed before Alan's middle and ring fingers, freezing and beginning to produce snow crystals. The inevitable fate of the blind. In no time the ice flower bloomed. The hexagonal crystal rapidly expanded, consuming the surrounding air to create a massive form. Crag, crag, crag. At the center of the crystal, a beautiful spear materialized before Alan's eyes. And then, perfectly timed. Who? Rhine, who had been standing behind Alan, pulled out a book from her chest and, Esatria Amatia, muttered softly, Swish tilde. In an instant, the magic tome spread open with a resonating hum. Clang tilde. Suddenly, dozens of layers of black chains shot out from the air and raced toward Kylas. P. Caught off guard by this unexpected situation, the exile widened his eyes as he looked at the chains. However, snap! Before he could react, the ravenous chains had already bound his body. With this unanticipated assistance, Alan, having gained a quicker-than-expected opportunity, wasted no time. Ice spear halberd, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Without hesitation, he cast his spell. And then, crack, crack, crack. The spear, born from the blooming ice flower, shot toward the exile, engulfing him in an instant. Sizzle tilde. It froze everything around it, bringing silence to the 5th layer. The monsters stopped moving. Following suit, the mercenaries who had been frantically crawling out of the ground also halted. Soon their gazes all turned toward one point. The ancient ruins. In the middle of those ruins stood the enormous ice flower, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The mercenaries looked in awe at Count Palacio, who had created the ice flower. Similarly, the guild leaders, who had been battling the exile just moments ago, stood with their mouths agape. Even Alan let out a small sigh of relief. But, crack! A strange, out-of-place sound of something breaking echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the massive ice flower. Sizzle! A sharp, clear sound followed. Rumble, rumble! The ice flower, which had garnered so much reverence, began to collapse. And then, from within the crumbling ice, the exile calmly walked out. Despair filled the eyes of the mercenaries. The guild leaders who had been fighting him were struck with a sense of defeat. Yet the exile, who had brought despair and defeat to all, simply smiled lightly and spoke. You got me, insect. Kylas, with a light smile as if the previous attack had amused him, left Alan in disbelief. According to his calculations, Kylas, who hadn't yet become a sage god, should have been destroyed by that direct hit. But it seems you still know nothing. Alan, staring at him in confusion, realized that the exile's body had no trace of ice, only shattered remnants around him. Did he slice through the ice spear halberd with just a slash? As Alan masked his shock behind a neutral expression at the exile's absurd feat of nullifying his attack, Kyla's, still grinning, spoke again. "Still thanks to you, I'm in high spirits, insect. So I'll play along with you now. Although this is still far from a perfect manifestation in my current state, it should be an entertaining game nonetheless." Then he wrapped his right hand around the index finger of his raised left hand, forming a fist seal, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Release, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. In that moment, a surge of magical energy spread out. Sensing the danger instinctively, Argonia and Maverick, without hesitation, leapt toward the exile, pushing off the ground. Vibration, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Mai Yan, who had just been relaxing moments earlier, quickly nocked an arrow and fired it, while Himen raised his staff and cast a spell to intercept the exile's magic. However, just before Argonia and Maverick's swords reached the exile's neck, Mai Yan's arrow pierced his heart, and Himen's magic approached his throat. The magic that had already spread around the exile began to vibrate the air according to his incantation. Expansion, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. With that softly spoken word from the exile, crack, Alan saw it. The bodies of Maverick and Argonia compressed and twisted in midair, as if crushed by invisible force. Along with the burst of blood, the nameless law, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The exile's distorted smile accompanied his low muttering. And then, flash, a blinding white light filled everyone's vision. Chapter 58. Right after the eyes and ears of everyone in the area were blinded by a pure white light. When their stolen vision finally returned, what appeared before the mercenaries and Alan was a massive crater. Nothing remained there. The grass that had been growing, and the ruins that had stood on it for who knows how long, now vanished without a trace. Even Argonia and Maverick, who had been standing close to him, had disappeared without a sign. In the middle of that crater stood an outer god, smiling darkly, twisting the corners of his lips. The expressions of the mercenaries began to turn to despair. Mai Yan, who had been holding her bow, and Himen, who had just moments ago been casting spells, both gaped in disbelief. And then, grinning, the outer god moved. Without hesitation, as if sentencing him to death, the outer god, who had appeared before the previously stunned Himen, drew his hand from left to right. Though Himen, knowing all too well what that action would result in, instinctively threw his body backward to dodge the invisible slash, he immediately tried to use blink. But then, how will you dodge what's coming from above? With words that seemed mocking, and a hand cutting from above to below. Crack! By the time Himen's body was split in two and fell to the ground, the outer god had already approached Mai Yan. Gasp! As soon as Mai Yan witnessed Himen being struck down, she had already drawn her bowstring and was ready to fire. But as soon as he appeared, she tried to release the string. Cock! But before she could even release the arrow, the outer god's swift kick sent her flying into the ruins in the opposite direction. Now only you remain. Kyla spoke with a dark smile. With all 4 guild masters taken down before they could even put up a proper fight, the outcome of the battle was essentially decided. For Alan, this was the worst possible situation. His plan had failed right from the start. The ice crystal cascade, which had drained nearly all of his magic power, hadn't inflicted any damage on the opponent, and the guild masters, who were supposed to stall for time while he prepared his spells, had all been defeated. Alon glanced down briefly. 2 empty potion bottles were already rolling on the ground near his feet. Having consumed 2 mana potions, risking the danger of magic addiction, his small mana pool was refilling at a rapid pace. But despite his mana increasing, his mind couldn't come up with the next step. Facing the outer god with his plan in ruins was overwhelming. What was even more problematic was the magic. I've never seen that magic before. Alon had faced Kylas many times in Psychedelia and was well aware of his abilities and spells. The reason the guild masters had held out as long as they did against the outer god was because their knowledge gave them a decisive advantage. But the incantation-based magic that Kylas had just used was something even Alon had never seen before. In other words, Alon's informational advantage had already disappeared by this point. That wasn't the only issue. That's magic. Alon felt a sense of despair as he stared at the crater behind him, where nothing remained. Even though the essence was different, the magic must have used the same words and phrases, yet the outer god's magic was qualitatively different from the one Alon was using. In short, from skill to information to planning, everything was overwhelmingly unfavorable. And even the mercenaries had lost their will to fight, merely looking up at the outer god. In this hopeless situation, where only death awaited, Alon glanced at the outer god who seemed to mock him. He was silent for a moment then. Glory of the snowy mountains. He initiated his spell. Crystallize. At Alon's command, the air around them gathered once again, forming dozens of particles. Rotation. With the next phrase, the particles began to spin clockwise. Grin. Kylas, with a dark smile, moved his fingers at once. A simple motion from left to right. But, crack, there's still hope. The invisible slash aimed at Alon struck one of the particles floating in the air, freezing on contact. Rhine, help me. The battle resumed once again. In a battle between mages, there were many factors at play, but 2 were of utmost importance. The first was the speed of magic casting. The second was strategy. To defeat an opponent mage, one needed to predict what magic they would cast and how they would unfold it, then act one step ahead. To gain the upper hand, one also needed a magic casting speed similar to their opponent. No matter how much one outmaneuvered the opponent, if the casting speed couldn't keep up, there would be no way to respond. In that respect, Alon's fight against the outer god seemed doomed to failure. But, swish tilde. Alon had Rhine by his side, deflecting the outer god's invisible slashes that slipped through the quickly thinning layers of magic. Crack. Even after casting defense spells more than 3 times, Rhine continued to block the invisible strikes, swiftly weaving between the remaining bits of magic. Alon could feel his hands trembling. By now, over 5 empty mana potion bottles were scattered on the ground, and his skin had taken on a bluish hue. Symptoms of mana addiction. His heart was pounding wildly, and his mana pool was recovering at a speed incomparable to normal, allowing him to cast yet another spell. Crack! But as soon as he cast it, the slash immediately blocked it. In that fleeting moment, Kylas appeared right in front of Alon as if he had been waiting. Huh! Swish tilde. With chains suddenly flying towards him, the outer god backed off, creating distance and casting another spell. It was as if a cat was toying with a mouse. With the attitude of an absolute being watching Alon's last desperate struggle, he could have ended it at any time, but he was merely playing with Alon. However, despite this humiliating situation, what filled Alon's mind wasn't anger, but a cold, rational thought. In that state, crystallize. Once again, Alan continued his defense. Defend, 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 as if he had no strength left to attack. Before he knew it, the blue skin that had spread from his fingertips up to his shoulders continued to block the attacks. That desperate struggle, more like a last-ditch effort, was watched by many. Some with eyes full of despair, some with disappointment, some with emptiness and frustration. Everyone was watching. Yet even in such a situation, Alan relentlessly blocked the strikes, as if it were his final stand. With his eyes, now turned blue from mana addiction, bleeding, he simply continued to unfold the magic he was permitted to cast. And then, just as the chains wielded by Rhine, who had been defending alongside Alan, finally snapped. Grin. Kylas smiled as if he had been expecting this moment. Now, with a brief thought, crystallize. Once again, Alan raised the particles to obscure Kylas's vision. Ice and snow. But this time he uttered different words. The mana that gathered in front of him formed a seal, and white frost began to cling to it. Form. The frost soon expanded its power, spreading around Alan. Glory of the snowy mountains. The sentence, barely forced out as Alan swallowed back the blood rising in his throat, created a massive hexagonal crystal in front of him. The inevitable of the blind. The hexagonal crystal rapidly expanded, devouring the surrounding air, and formed a spear just like before. No, it was something so beautiful that it couldn't simply be called a spear. But Alan, suppressing the blood surging in his mouth, didn't utter the final words. This isn't enough. At this moment, it was the situation that presented the highest chance of victory over the outer god. He had consumed all the mana potions he'd been saving for this moment. Despite his small mana pool, he had continued a war of attrition that was nearly fatal to him. And with that, he had successfully led Kylas into complacency. His body, now close to a state of collapse, had unlocked another restriction he had placed on himself in advance. A restriction that allowed him to bend the laws of the world when using magic while on the brink of death. Now, all that remained was to prepare the final strike to kill Kylas, hidden behind the ice that had blocked the slash. But Alan knew. This alone wouldn't be enough. Even so, the reason Alan cast this magic was because of what it had said. The next step in the natural order. The manifestation of true essence. But in the end, you still know nothing. Alan recalled the outer god's words. Surely, his words were referring to that. And so Alan had to achieve it. The final, unavoidable move that could strike when the outer god was off guard. Here and now, it had to be manifested. Think. His thoughts accelerated. His head, on the verge of bursting from mana addiction, frantically conjured and erased countless ideas at once. The maddening sound of his heartbeat pounded relentlessly in his chest. It was as if his brain were melting from the pain. But even so, he didn't stop. Searching through every possible thought, Alan sought a hint that could lead him to the next step in the natural order. And at that moment, it is the seal. A voice echoed in Alan's mind. Delusion and enlightenment are fundamentally the same. When you retch it, you will gain the key. With those words, spoken alongside a black ripple, whatever had uttered them disappeared, as if it had said all it needed to. Before Alan could even grasp its identity, he had found the final piece to advance to the next stage of the natural order. Without hesitation, he released the seal he had been holding and formed a new one. He clasped his right hand around his left, raising only his index finger straight, bringing the two together. The completed seal, the wisdom fist Madra. And then, Alan saw it. The spear, which had just moments ago been adorned with a beautiful pattern, began to twist in a strange manner, transforming into the shape of a key. Along with it, as the ice melted away, the once relaxed expression of the outer god became visible again. His previously leisurely demeanor hardened, and before he could even blink, as if realizing it had all been a game until now, he appeared in front of Alan and reached out without hesitation. I swished Tilda. As if it had been waiting from the start, Rhine's chain swiftly moved in to block the outer god in front of Alan. And at that moment, a variable was introduced. The outer god immediately shifted his attention, turning toward Rhine, who had left herself exposed while protecting Alan, and waved his fingers. Ah! A low gasp escaped Rhine, foreseeing her own death. But Alan, who had already predicted this outcome, grabbed hold of her clothes and pulled her toward him. Swoosh! The slash narrowly missed them. In return, Alan's hand, which had drawn her to safety, burst with blood, but without hesitation, he formed the wisdom fist Madra once again. Ice crystal spear. He uttered the final words. The key lodged itself into the giant crystal, turning. And in an instant, a glacier descended upon the plains. Chapter 59. As soon as Alan cast the frozen crystal spear, he could grasp the effects of the spell. Though the area was only about a 10-meter radius, not particularly large, the space's effect was the immediate conversion of a fundamental law. Just as water naturally flows downward, a law so obvious it is rarely questioned, in this space, such rules no longer applied. The law of the frozen crystal spear was simple. Everything within the space would freeze. No exceptions. The spell was an absolute law enacted by the caster's will. However, Alan's spell barely lasted 6 seconds before vanishing. From the beginning, this magic was not something that should have been permitted to him, neither in terms of magical power nor knowledge. But even with just 6 seconds of manifestation, Alan achieved what he desired. He felt a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked ahead. There an outer god stood. Kyla's frozen blue and crumbling into small pieces. How pitifully weak this body is, he muttered. His body was far from normal. His arms were already shattered, and his legs were crumbling to pieces. Ha, you got me good. Yet despite his condition, Kyla's was smiling. The stern expression he'd worn just moments earlier seemed like a lie as he beamed at Alan. If I had been in my true form, able to fully manifest and use magic properly, your clumsy spell would have been no match for me. But he said it with a tinge of regret, then added, speculation means nothing. Just as he was about to respond to Alan's next remark. You're right, insignificant one, or rather. With a chuckle. Magician, I admit defeat. With those final words, he completely disintegrated, leaving only his clothes behind. And then, who? Letting out a small breath that turned white in the lingering cold air, the mercenaries stared blankly at the Count Palacio, who had defeated the outer god with nothing but a human body. A feeling they couldn't suppress began to spread among them. Shortly after Kyla's destruction, the mercenaries, who had been looking at Alan with eyes full of awe, briefly celebrated their survival. Then, they quickly got to work, organizing the situation. As for Alan, he collapsed on the spot. A day passed like that. When Alan, who had fallen unconscious as if a switch had been flipped, woke up, he received some moderately good news. It was that both Mayan and Argonia were still alive. Mayan had vomited blood, but with the help of a potion, she could move around to some extent. The bigger issue was Argonia. Though he had survived the direct hit of the outer god's magic, Even with the characteristic toughness and regenerative ability of a half-dragon, he was barely clinging to life, little more than a half-dead shell. It was practically impossible to carry him out of the labyrinth in that condition. Of course, Alan wasn't in any shape to walk out of the labyrinth either. Who? Forcing himself to calm his trembling breath, Alan looked at his left hand. His entire left arm had turned a sickly blue, as though frostbitten. From the looks of it, he wondered if it would need to be amputated. However, it wasn't just his arm. While his left arm was worse off, various parts of his body were already turning a bluish color, as though covered in bruises. Fortunately, this was not due to frostbite but a symptom of mana poisoning. No strength at all, Alan thought, letting out a small sigh as he looked at his arm, which remained completely motionless as though devoid of sensation. He soon lay back on the makeshift bed. This situation had been predictable, considering how much mana potion he had consumed. I'm lucky it ended at this, he thought. Among the effects of mana poisoning, nerve paralysis due to mana overload was relatively mild. It would take some time, but it would heal naturally. However, if he had suffered permanent damage to his mana core, or if mana had flooded his heart, causing heart mana sclerosis, he could have died on the spot. Alan exhaled, grateful to be alive, just as the temporary tent opened and Rhine entered with her usual stern expression. Are you all right, Godfather? She asked. It's just a little difficult because of the poisoning, Alan replied. That's a relief, Rhine said. A brief silence followed. Alan glanced at her. She still wore her usual stern look, but Alan sensed a slight awkwardness about her. Before, even though she was blunt, we could still have a natural conversation. Today, however, she seemed disinclined to speak. Just as Alan considered breaking the silence himself, Rhine spoke up. Godfather, what is it? Forgive me, but may I ask you something? Feel free to ask. After a brief moment of hesitation, she asked, Why did you save me? Why? Yes, why did you save me? Why are you suddenly asking this? Back then in that situation, I wasn't particularly useful. At her words, Alan looked at her. Despite her impassive face, her eyes clearly held the question, as if she truly didn't understand why he had acted as he did. Alan suddenly remembered that Xiaoreng had asked him a similar question, and a feeling of injustice welled up inside him. How do people see me? Do I really look like a villain? Why does everyone think I saved them just to use them somehow? Although he had saved them as part of his larger goal to eliminate the 5 deadly sins, Alan had never expected anything in return. At most, he had hoped for a little good fortune or perhaps a slightly fancier birthday present. Feeling wronged, Alan forced himself to sit up on the makeshift bed and began to speak. Rhine. Yes, Godfather. I don't know what you think of me, but I didn't take you in to use you. Is that so? Rhine answered, her voice slightly wavering. Seeing her response, Alan couldn't help but feel that she had indeed thought that way. He continued. I think of you as family. Family. Yes, a family that helps each other in times of need. Our relationship isn't based on profit or necessity, so saving you doesn't hold any special meaning. I did it because. He sighed and added, It's simply the natural thing to do, just as you saved me. Oh, Rhine murmured, her eyes widening slightly at Alan's words. Though she remained as expressionless as ever, her eyes clearly conveyed that his sincerity had gotten through to her. Remember this, Rhine. We are not in a one-sided relationship. If you really want to do something for me, just remember my birthday or something. After adding that little bit of selfishness, Alan looked at her. Rhine, who had been staring at him blankly, finally smiled, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips for the first time. Understood, Godfather. That's all I wanted to hear. Feeling that he had finally gotten through to her, Alon nodded slightly. After a brief conversation, Ryan left, and Alon closed his eyes. He had only been awake for about an hour, but his frail body, not yet fully recovered, craved rest. 5 days later, in the fifth level, where only a blue sky existed and night and day were indistinguishable, Alon had finally recovered enough to move again. "Can you move?" he asked. "To some extent," came the reply. Impressive, Alon thought, as Argonia, who had made a remarkable recovery with his monstrous resilience, got ready to leave the labyrinth. After 2 more days of climbing through the dark abyss, they finally reached the exit. "We made it," Argonia exclaimed, unusually animated. At last, they had returned to the outside of the labyrinth. 3 days had passed since they returned to the labyrinth city of Lartania. Alon couldn't leave because he was still recovering, but as rumors and praise for the task force that defeated the outer god spread throughout Lartania, the story slowly began to reach beyond the city. By the time Alon finished his much-needed rest at the building Rhine owned, Maerd, he had confirmed that his mana-poisoning symptoms had greatly improved. He promptly began preparing to leave. In truth, he wanted to stay and relax a bit longer, but staying too long in Maerd would surely be a burden. So before heading back with Evan, Alon had one last meal with Rhine. "Godfather," she said. "Yes, what is it?" "When is your birthday?" Alon paused for a moment, then answered after some thought. "My birthday, it's September 25th. "September 25th, I see," Rhine replied. After finishing that conversation, they wrapped up their final lunch. "Well then, I suppose we'll meet again when the time comes," Alon said. "Yes, Godfather, I'll see you again," Rhine responded. "All right," Alon said, offering his final farewell before getting into the carriage to return to the Count's estate. As the carriage started moving, Evan turned to him. "Count, yes, you must be looking forward to next year." "Looking forward to what?" "Ah, my birthday." "Yes. I'm not expecting much. After all, I get plenty already." "Oh, come on. Formal gifts from well-wishers are different from what the kids will give you." "Well, I still don't expect too much," Alon replied, but contrary to his words, he was actually a little excited. In fact, he had been anticipating it since the moment Rhine asked about his birthday. "Wine, maybe. No, Rhine deals with artifacts, so perhaps she'll give me something useful. Though that might be a bit expensive, so maybe she'll compromise on something more reasonable." With these thoughts in mind, Alon hid his growing excitement behind a calm expression, imagining what gifts might come in a year. Meanwhile, shortly after Alon had left, Rhine sat in her office inside Maerd. She gazed out at Alon's carriage as it moved off into the distance. "Gift, a gift for the one who acknowledged me as family." Her eyes shifted to focus on one particular place. In her view stood a single building, Lartania's castle, home to Lord Lucimore Grace, the ruler of Lartania and the only one allowed to reside there. "There's something there." A smile spread across Rhine's face. Chapter 60. Although Yusha had repeatedly made similar statements, Rhine had long been aware that the Great Moon was fundamentally different from them. He was a friend of the Great Palion, who existed during the Forgotten Age of Gods. He freely used phrases and sentences from that forgotten era, which could only be used through understanding. When he realized she possessed a library, he bestowed upon her the Eye of the Tracker. But more than anything else, what made Rhine feel the Great Moon was different was the eye on his back. That eye, which distorted perception just by being seen, was not even recorded in the library. It was this that made Rhine clearly realize that the Great Moon was an entirely different being. For that reason, Rhine had faith in the Great Moon, and she didn't think it was strange. After all, it wasn't strange at all to offer faith to someone so fundamentally different. Because of that belief, Rhine never doubted for a moment that the great moon would win this battle. In her heart, he was merely wearing the guise of a human, a being who would fulfill her one and only wish. Rhine gazed out toward the Lord's castle of the labyrinth city from beyond her office, continuing her thoughts. Family huh. In truth, the moment the outer god used magic on her, she had sensed her own death. There was no avoiding it at that moment. The outer god's magic was inescapable. She had survived thanks to the great moon, who had saved her by creating the conditions for the outer god's defeat, even in the face of death. However, she couldn't quite understand the great moon's actions. She didn't believe her life was worth risking a scenario where the great moon could lose. At least, her own perception of herself was that she was nothing more or less than a useful tool raised by the great moon to deal with the black ones. So, she didn't understand it. Even though she hadn't yet completed the eye of the tracker and still had some usefulness, the great moon's actions seemed endlessly irrational to her. So, after much contemplation on her own, Rhine finally asked him the question. And that's when she heard the word family. Family. Rhine muttered bluntly. To her, the word family didn't carry much meaning. From the beginning, she was born into this world with a library and had never had a family. Family huh. But even so, at least right now, things were different. Not that she attached great significance to the idea of family itself, as she still didn't feel anything philosophically or emotionally from the mere word. However, the definition of family had changed for Rhine simply because the great moon was the one who had said it. To her, who admired and revered the great moon so much that she kept a respectful distance, the word family, uttered by him, sounded incredibly sweet. Was it because the great moon had called her family? No. Was it because she was now tied to the great moon by the title of family? That wasn't it either. The sweetness Rhine felt from the word family came from the fact that the great moon had acknowledged a rational path for her to grow closer to him. A little closer, or rather, as close as possible, closer than anyone else, she thought. Thus, if the great moon, no, her godfather, needed her more than anyone else, even more than Red Moon. At some point, as she reflected on this new personal goal, Rhine shifted her gaze from the Lord's estate of the labyrinth city and looked toward something else. There, a full-length mirror reflected Rhine's image. The reflection of herself was smiling. It wasn't a shallow smile. She was smiling brightly, showing her fangs clearly, with a slight blush on her cheeks. It was a smile she had never shown, even in front of the members of the Blue Moon. It was a smile even Rhine herself found unfamiliar. As she stared at it absent-mindedly, Rhine grinned even wider and murmured, "Godfather." At first, it was just a hastily made-up word to address the great moon with reverence. But now, that hastily crafted word had become the most precious word to Rhine. That word had already become the very embodiment of her relationship with the great moon. Thus, after murmuring that word several times, she muttered, "I like it." Then, she closed her eyes and opened them again. When Rhine's eyes opened once more, they were filled with fanatical faith. Anyone who saw her would recognize a distinct and intense fanaticism. In the forest path that must be crossed when traveling from the kingdom of Asteria to the desert city of Colony, there was a man. On his back, he carried a pair of large kama, and he was looking down at the corpse of a man. The dead man held a quill in his right hand and had died without fully understanding what had killed him. His neck had been twisted twice, leaving behind a gruesome corpse. Despite having been dead for a month, the body showed no signs of decay, perhaps due to a preservation spell. Heh, the man who was watching this scene, no, the agent, who was like the corpse itself, let out a dry laugh as he crouched down and touched the dead body. As soon as he did, he sensed the residual traces of magic. The agent realized that the body had indeed been enchanted with preservation magic, and he unconsciously licked his lips. There was only one real reason to cast a decay prevention spell on a corpse that had already been dead for some time: intimidation. To send a warning, he thought. It was practically a threat saying, "Don't come looking for us or this will be your fate." Was he trying to deal with Count Palacio and ended up like this? The man recalled the request the dead man had received about 2 months ago and began to ponder for a while about when and how he would exact revenge. Agents didn't have much camaraderie among themselves, but the man was driven to avenge this death for the sake of the agent name. Their identity, the 100% mission success rate, had to be maintained at all costs. However, the agent wasn't planning to immediately attack Count Palacio. He must be strong then. The agent thought of the rumors surrounding Count Palacio. Over the past few years, Palacio had been wandering outside the kingdom of Asteria, building a reputation that, while sounding far-fetched, was nonetheless impressive. At first, there were rumors that he had contributed greatly to dealing with the northern outer god. Then came rumors that he had helped deal with 2 Baba Yagas in Colony. Finally, there were rumors that he had handled an outer god in the Labyrinth City. So it wasn't just idle talk after all. To be honest, the agent had thought that Count Palacio's fame was somewhat exaggerated. After all, nobles often inflated their reputations with trivial tricks. But now, seeing that one of the agents had been killed without even putting up a fight, it seemed that Palacio's strength wasn't just based on rumor. A man who can easily kill a master knight and handle an outer god from the texts. The agent considered what it would take to defeat him. At least 5 people, I'd say, but I only have 3 right now, and we don't even know his exact abilities. As he continued to weigh his options regarding Count Palacio's strength, the agent made a decision. Since I can't gather my full forces right now, I'll just find someone who knows Palacio's abilities in detail and ask them. With a wicked grin, the agent looked toward Caliban. His target was Deus Macallion, one of the master knights and someone who maintained a connection with Count Palacio. Besides, it'll give me a chance to show Palacio just who he's crossed. If someone had been able to read the agent's thoughts, they might have wondered if he was simply insane. But the agent smiled confidently. After all, every agent was as strong as a master knight. Killing one master knight won't be difficult. With that, the man disappeared from the scene. Just over a week later, Alon leisurely returned to the Count's manor and took an extended rest there for more than 3 months. In truth, he had wanted to resume his activities immediately after dealing with the outer god, but unfortunately, his body had yet to recover from the magic poisoning. Although he had recovered to a certain extent, enough that he could use magic, it still took him 3 months to fully regain his ability to harness magic properly. By the time the sweltering summer had passed and the chilly winds of winter had arrived, he could finally say that his body had somewhat recovered. During those long yet brief 3 months, Alon focused on 3 things. One was handling the internal affairs of the estate that had been delayed. Another was exchanging letters with Yusha, who had sent a backlog of correspondence. And the last was delving into magic. For about 3 months, he hadn't been able to use magic properly, so his approach had been mostly academic. However, for him, exploring magic wasn't so much about studying as it was about enjoyment. Especially the brief moment of self-manifestation he had achieved while dealing with the outer god had piqued his interest even more. Since I've recovered, I should probably head back to Colony soon, but maybe I should activate the ring Heinkel gave me first, or should I rest a bit longer? The truth was that Alon's body hadn't fully recovered. While his magic poisoning had been significantly treated, he still wasn't completely healed. That's why he thought to himself, I need to figure out a way to increase my magic power somehow. Just as Alon was contemplating this, someone called out to him. Count, sir. What is it? A letter arrived from Duke Altia. Ah. Alon took the letter from Evan, who had snow piled high on his head. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't considered this because of his poor health. But upon receiving the letter, Alon was reminded that he was the leader of the faction Kalfa, created by those in the shadows. When he opened the letter, he found a small crystal orb inside. The moment he picked it up, magic power vibrated slightly. This allowed him to quickly realize that the crystal orb was for communication. Shortly after, the face of Duke Altia appeared through the crystal orb. "It's been a while, Count." Despite being a duke, Altia bowed his head with great politeness, which left Alon briefly pondering how to respond. "It's been a while," he said, nodding slightly. "I'm contacting you because it's time for a report." "A report?" Before Alon could ask what it was about, Duke Altia started giving an earnest and literal report right in front of him. "I've heard the news. The word is that you played a significant role in handling the outer god in Labyrinth City, Lartania." Before getting to the actual report, Duke Altia spent about 20 minutes praising Alon's achievements in Lartania. Realizing her mistake, Altia cleared her throat and got to the main point. There weren't any major issues in the Kalfa's current situation, except for the last report. And as you requested, all matters have been handled." "Handled?" "Yes, the underworld of Asteria is now under the complete control of our Kalfa as of yesterday. No one in Asteria's underworld can stop us now. Congratulations, Count." There. For a moment, Alon stared blankly in confusion at Altia's words. He had barely done anything, yet he had become the king of the underworld.